It's for YouTube. YouTube gets it. Alright, I'm in. I feel like I've said that before. Alright, we're in this. We're in this like swim this. Alright. I'll do it, damn it. I'll keep kicking freeze like I did it. 48.7. Yeah, Bitcoin finally hit that. Finally hit the mark. Alright, what's the deal? What's the deal, Kevin Squeal? I think we got it. Huh?
Frozen on my screen.
Oh, the new one?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, then.
Give it a second, it might just need to catch up.
We'll see.
Alright, it's behind, but looks good.
Good quality and everything?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Well, let's get into this this charting. So the charting software I use is TradingView. Are you using Thinkorswim right now?
Yeah.
Alright, Thinkorswim is Thinkorswim's cool. I think I prefer TradingView just cause it's just kind of easier to navigate and kind of handle. So that's what I'm doing.
Is that the website?
Yeah, if you go to tradingview.com, you can sign up. If you go to the referral link in the description, then I'm just playing. I don't have any of that shit set up. But yeah, tradingview.com, you can do a free account. And you can kind of get involved. I think, what kind of trades do you do? Day trades and kind of swing trades?
I mean, with some of it, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I got the daily chart here for Penn National Gaming set up. Are you gonna go ahead and, oh, my bad.
No, I was trying to hear.
Are you gonna get a TradingView set up?
I'll just run with. I don't want to try to take up any more.
All right, I'll keep it consistent then. So I'll go.
I got 10 pulled up on mine.
Huh?
I've got 10 pulled up on mine.
All right. Well, I got you. I can just switch over to Thinkorswim and Penn. So part of my streaming setup, I got this like thing here. Pretty much, what I'm gonna do is as legal as I can, because somebody told me what I'm trying to do might be illegal, but I'll find a legal way around it. But like a lot of times people donate and shit on streams. So what I'm gonna do, if people donate and stuff, I'm gonna actually use that. Well, I guess I'll keep donations different, but The goal is people kind of donate and we create like this fund, and then everybody will like vote on a stock to trade, and then we'll all do like an option trade on it, and then depending on how the trade goes and how logistics will work out, I might not be able to trade them directly. I might not be able to pay them directly from the trade, but maybe based on how the trade goes, I'll sort of I'll donate to people who donated to the fund. So everyone kind of does a trade together. Yeah, essentially. So you get to learn about trading, rather than and be involved in it rather than just kind of watching. So we got Penn National Gaming set up over here. If you want to zoom in, weekly chart going. So if you see on the mouse over here, we got the WK up. That's our little weekly setup. So weekly trends are good. It's always good to kind of start out and then kind of work your way in. So trend lines are drawn. I'm sure you know. We go from the top of the reds and the bottom of the greens to try and determine a trend. And pretty much the rule is the most points that it touches, the more valid that the trend is. So if we look at our Thinkorswim platform right now, on the weekly setup, we're in February now, and this thing goes all the way back to March. So if we can find a legitimate sort of weekly trend, then we can kind of get some good things. So traditionally, if we would just take the normal rules, if we would just draw from the bottom of the green and kind of connect, then right now we would be looking at a trend that looks something like this, right? Let's go ahead and increase the thickness since it is a weekly trend, so we'll make it a little bit bigger, and I'm liking purple for this one. All right. All right, and let's go from the top of the reds. So I'm actually gonna pull from back here. This seems to be a Bollinger. This is a major dip off way below the Bollinger. So let me point something out real fast. I got this Bollinger Band set up over here, and that's gonna be under this. Excuse me. That's gonna be under this beaker. You can kind of select things. Bollinger Band, you just type it in. We do the BOLL understudies, and Bollinger Bands will set up. So I got a Bollinger Band on my chart right now. Some of the other stuff I'm using, daily moving average, 2814. I got the simple moving average on the 200 to 50, and I got this Bollinger Band sort of set up.
So,
go ahead.
On the Bollinger Band, so is that kind of alright? So everything's somewhat in between the top and bottom lines, but when it crosses over the top, is that indicating something?
Band, a good way to look at it is this is telling you the range. This is telling you sort of the range that like buying power and sort of the trend suggests that it could fall within. So normally with the Bollinger Bands, you'll see people use them as trading strategies where they always got to adhere to this range. The stock can't just go from $40 to $3 in 4 days, because that makes no fucking sense. But if for whatever reason have a major drop off, right? Like it could maybe drop, it hit 7, it hits 3, but it immediately snaps back because based on how price action has been going for a long amount of time, based on how price action has been going, it suggests that even at the worst of the range for this thing to exist in, $3 ain't on the radar. So right before the COVID news hits, 217, the day before the world ended, just a social world. But we're sitting pretty at $40, and then bad news. Everyone's like, nah, but it's not real bad news. And then they're like, oh, it is. It's kind of bad news, but we went from 39 to 22. It could. Oh shit, it is. It's pretty bad. And then holy fuck. So by the time we get into March, it's like, this shit. Niggas are broke. Nobody's gonna be gaming or dealing with sports books. Anyways, see how it falls out of the Bollinger Band on this chart, and the very next week it's right back. The same week it actually recovers back to $8. It's like, fuck that $3 shit. This shit is outrageous, and it recovers, and then it kind of adjusts. So the Bollinger Band is good to determine a range. If we look into August, with how the Bollinger Band is working, and can just so the red line right here is the top of the Bollinger. It, even when it goes up, it'll go up, but it kind of teeters around this Bollinger Band. It never quite breaks through because price action should suggest that this is not almost a range. It's almost like discovering a new level on Grand Theft Auto, and it's like traveling in the Liberty City. You got to do a few more missions first, and then over here you might have to go back to Chinatown and then try and go and explore a little bit more of Grand Theft Auto and shit like that before you get over into San Andreas. So that's Bollinger Band is just good to kind of determine range. So if ever you see something heading towards like the one end of the Bollinger Band, then you'll know it's either going to hang there or it's probably going to regress back to the middle and then bounce off of this middle average with the Bollinger Band. It's either going to bounce off if it's really bullish, or it's going to dip down below and determine where its middle is. So Bollinger Band is an effective trading strategy if you can some difference outside of it. But what's the key here? So why can't you, if it's at the bottom of the Bollinger Band here, like on March 9th, if it's at the bottom of the Bollinger Band the week of the 9th, how come we can't just buy here at $15? And the reason why we can't buy here is because we don't have a signal from the candle that this trend is reversing. Right now, this is actually a funnel, and this is a nasty funnel too. All funnels are, if it's a funnel downward, it's nasty. So I'd pretty much say that about all funnels, but it's fucking disgusting. Right here, it's not breaking this. It tries, and you really see where the effect of the funnel is on the 9th, where it tries to break up, and the trend says, no, it's not happening this week. So what is a good indicator here that things might be going well? Well, we get this dip out of the Bollinger Band, so we know that there's probably going to be a snapback like any other band. But also, check out this candle here. This is a hammer. This is a hammer. This is not. This is a corn dog. Never trade a corn dog, because that shit doesn't work out. Never trade a corn dog, but a hammer is a little more legitimate. And you know about hammers. Are you still there?
What?
Okay.
Alright. What time frame are you looking at there?
I'm on the weekly time frame. So if you see where my mouse is, I'm doing a circle around it. It's gonna be if you want to be technically specific, it's the 4th bar from the top. If the top bar being the connection, real-time data, then the monitor bar and charts, and then we have the fourth bar, which we entered in our stock ticker symbol, and then over we got like weekly, daily. My time frame is the 3-year weekly time frame. And there's the 1 day, 1 minute, 5 day, 5 minute. I'm on the 3-year weekly. Do you see that?
No.
Do you see the time frames and stuff?
I mean, I see my time frame drop down menu.
All right. Well, we'll go to time frame. So it's got favorites and time frame. Let's go to time frame, and we'll go to daily. You see intraday, daily, and custom.
Yeah. So you got 3 years there.
3 years, and we'll aggregation period weekly or week. So that'll be our weekly chart, and then the interval, the time that we're looking over, is the past 3 years. So we'll okay that. And then I'm over here. I got the chart in from February over to now. And your chart might actually be cut off kind of right at 2:15. So if you go down to the bottom, there's a you know where the side cursor bar is? Well, there's these two arrows that say expansion setting. And so what I do is I go to right expansion setting, and I go to change right expansion setting, and I set the expansion area on the time axis to 50 bars to the right. And that gives me a little bit more room so that I can see a future, and I can try and make a chart determining that. So do you see that?
No.
All right. Do you have the weekly? I thought I was doing a good job. Do you have the?
Well, I got the screen, so I'm trying to follow. But how do you get the grid? Like I got my shit looks like graph paper. How is yours just black in the background?
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Is that on the left side?
Let's go. There's some way we can go to these settings. Style. Yeah, maybe style and. All right, style settings. I'm not. You're. All right, you're in there. Appearance. Let's see if you got all this stuff. Candle on my chart mode. I got show wicks. There should be a time where I can show. Damn it. How do I go to layout? Data box is off. Trying to figure out how I went to remove these lines, because I know I did hours, because that's one of the things getting in the way.
Oh, okay. I got it.
You took.
Under appearance, it says grid at the bottom.
All right, cool. So you took grid off. Let's see if we can get. You might have extended hours shown too. Well, you wouldn't have it on a weekly chart, but still, I would like to show expiration, rollover, studies. Anyways, does your chart kind of look like mine now?
It's not like so that I don't see that giant. All right, so that candlestick that you're referring to is the hammer. That is non-existent.
All right, let's open up your video chat signal. Just push the video button, and then I'll be able, and then show me your screen. We'll get you squared away.
I don't have to flip the share around. There she goes.
All right, there it is on the left side of your screen. These are all right. So let's straight line going over here. Yeah, there we go. So those red things. So how about we go over to the left a little bit? Yeah, that cursor point is good. Let's raise it up some. Because we're gonna actually click and hold, and then we're gonna drag it all the way over to the right, kind of to what time frame we're in now.
I did that, but see, I'm assuming that's the candlestick you're looking at, but it's way more pronounced on yours.
I got you. So we'll go over to the right axis where our prices are, and we're gonna click. We're gonna click. And we're gonna drag. We're gonna click and we're gonna hold it, and we're gonna drag it upward, and that should make the candles more pronounced. All right. Now, if you're too zoomed in, you gotta right click on the screen, and then you go back to auto arrange. All right, and now we can zoom in on our level again. So does that look better?
Auto arrange.
Auto arrange just kind of resets that view. I guess auto zoom is better. We'll go click on auto zoom, and then you can kind of.
That's what I did.
You clicked on auto zoom, yeah. All right.
Yeah, but it.
Let's try it again. So let's try. Let's go back. Let's try auto zoom again. All right. Now let's go. Let's. How do we lift this bitch up? Auto zoom. Let's pull down your little bars down at the bottom so you can get underneath. You need to get underneath this bitch. All right. You got a little more room over there? Because I can't really see you. You got your phone pointing at something else.
No, that's as far down as I can drag that chart.
All right, Can you pan your phone over to the left a little bit? All right, cool. Chart scale. All right. Yeah, you're a little high up. So we need to try and find a way to scroll up. That's the one issue that I've had thus far with Thinkorswim is just getting this thing to fucking scroll upwards.
I was trying to get the Stonk off with my sniper and I cut my hand.
Put a band-aid on it. It's alright.
Alright, let's make this price range a little bit. Let's go access, make it a little more taller and pronounced, I guess. Alright. Alright, and let's try this auto zoom again. Gotta be a way to do an extension from the top the same way that we can do an extension from the bottom. Alright. Let's go to the bottom right. Let's go to the bottom right of the screen. You know where that bar is to move sort of over? Like left and right?
Bar.
At the bottom, the normal bar that we see at the very bottom of the screen. To move left and right. Alright.
Yeah.
So let's go to the right of that. There's these two arrows that are a little bit thicker. It's right in between a crosshair symbol. So yeah, let's click on those two thicker bars that go left and right. Change right expansion settings on the bottom. Let's go ahead and set that expansion area to 50 for now. Let's apply that. We'll re-go to auto zoom. Let's see if it gives you a little bit more room. You know I got a little bit of whatever.
Alright. Yeah, I got you now.
Alright, alright? That makes it easier?
Yeah, alright.
Alright, cool. So now that we're up in this hoe.
Alright. seems to be a lot like the VWAP study, which is more or less a set sort of like resistance and support type deal.
Yeah.
Yes.
VWAP's a good VWAP's a good trade to break a VWAP. Bollinger Band is more seeing the ranges. The ranges of almost like plausibility, whereas VWAP is kind of seeing where a majority of the price action is. At a certain just at a certain price. So it's almost taking kind of like the average. Well, but it's based on the volume. Whereas I believe Bollinger is based more on price action and potential price action in the future. It's sort of showing that range. So when it's wider, that means it's got more room to go up, more room to go down. It can be volatile, but it can also just make a little more of a move. Whereas like this is like a wider version, right? And so sometimes the stock will dip down, touch the bottom of the Bollinger Band, just so I can make a bigger move up. Whereas in this range on the when we start getting into December, it's like consolidating a little more. So we don't have as much of a range. It's clearly been doing that already for a while. And then usually after times like that, it'll begin to break out. Which is good.
So all right, so we had that red day last trading day. So now, would you wait to make a move on this until the following trading day to see if it's going to come back down and touch the center line?
Well, we don't necessarily know by the week, and so let's get a better trend going, right? This is a decent trend line that I drew here. I hope. But this is a decent trend line that I drew. But we can make a better trend line, it's the thing. So a lot of people say draw from the bottom wick of the green up to the top or whatever. I'm just going to turn off the view for a second so we can kind of get an isolated look at what is happening. Just turn that off for a second. Cool.
Shit, hold on. I gotta go get groceries in real fast. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll just talk about nothing. Not really in a spot. For all of you that don't know, Celtics Wizards tonight. Let's get a little freestyle going on while we're waiting. Let's do a couple freestyles. Let's see what's going on in the picked out or whatever. Let's do a little freestyling. Whoa. What is this? That boy DJ. All right, freestyle break. Talk.
Helps provide life-saving equipment to first responders. We
How
make
to
ourselves differently because our subs can make a difference. Like
top 5.
our twist on a Firehouse favorite, the new everything hook and ladder made with Virginia honey ham and Monterey Jack served melt.
Stock talk plus how to. top
Our new
5
double seasoned sub roll with Philadelphia cream cheese.
plus freestyles. Just can't get away from it.
Enjoy more subs.
Man,
Save
love
more
love
lives.
me a good ad about subs. Love me a good little. I would do an ad for this shit. Great sleep, good night, rest in peace. Just to see you again. Can't believe I'm saying this. YouTube might be the place for type beats. All right, you're back. All right, cool.
Alright, so walk me through how you would trade this so I can get a better idea of how you're looking.
Let's go on a walk. All right, let's go on a walk. So how am I trading this? One, what I'm doing is I get that those are the rule of thumbs, but I like use the body of the candle that I. This is showing what's happening, right? This is the body. This is what's showing what's happening. This shows the ranges over here with these wicks. So I like to draw candles from the bottom. So I would draw from the bottom, and I like this trend line a lot better. And so I'm gonna make this one. I'm gonna make this one thicker, and I'm gonna make this one of the coolest colors out right now, yellow. And I actually like this trend better. And look at this. Look at the difference between here. So this touches here. The candle gets rejected right here. We also get another touch here. Then weeks down the line, we get another touch. So in April, it's valid. We take this shit over to November, it's still valid. We're getting more touches on this line that we drew, the yellow one. Look at this. This is from January. It's hitting this line to a T. Tries to hit it again. So this, and then this is where we're at now. So based on this trend line, right? If we would have drawn this trend out earlier, like last week, it's been proven valid. It's been valid over the span of almost an entire year. And what we could have seen is, based on the range here, what we could have seen is this is last week right here. We could have seen that whenever this stock touched $111, that was a buy point. And the stock was actually at around $111 on Friday. And I actually set an alert for this bitch to go off if it ever broke. I believe it was around definitely 113 was where I had it set on TradingView. And I could have gotten a lot of could have got a lot of that $6 move that happened on Friday. Just about that, just because I set the alert. But fuck, what are you gonna do? Excuse me. But if you notice, when I drew this trend line, I didn't draw it in respect to this last candle from last week. I drew this trend line from the bottom of this, and then I was looking to touch this over here, and I just extended that out. So it's been adhering to this trend this entire time. And so that's how we start to indicate buy points. If it can hold these trends, and based on how strong the stock has been. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to complete this. So I might try and find something over here where I'm kind of going from the top of this red, kind of looking for, so I might do something like this, and I looked at the top of this red, And so I'm also looking at this point right here, because this is enough down more of a stronger trend in my opinion. Like if it can go from here to here and maintain a trend, and other things adhere to that. But we also need to look at this, when I start to look at this, is we're drawing trends based on how they unfold. And so I'm going to explain this out. So what I mean is, this week of March 23rd happens, and then we go to the week of March 30th, and then the week of April 13th. Pretty intuitive. When you come to a chart, we already got all this shit. We got 8 months, we got years of shit that's already happened. So the way that this trend would play out, if it was a trend, right, is it would happen here, and then I would draw a trend from the next time that I would see a red candle, which would be, we would go from March 16th, and then we go to March 30th. So if a trend adheres to this, and then March 30th, then we know that this is the initial trend that was created, right? It was this existing for a long time because it started here. Although this is a good reference point, if I can get a trend that starts here, and at the next instance that I would draw a trend, meaning from this red candle to the next red candle that we come across, and prorate it out, then we start to get a good idea of where the future may go. So one thing that's cool about Thinkorswim is, like, I could draw this trend. Hey, I'll delete it. I'll do it. I'm not scared. So I'll delete this. Jeez. Alright, I'm going to remove this drawing. Now check this. On the top of this candle, and I click. If I do hit the top of this wick, let me zoom in. Top of this candle, hit the top of this wick. Now I'm just going to draw this line, and I'm going to extend to the right. Now let's see what happened. I don't know what's going to happen here, but I'm going to do it. And so that tends to show the channel. So this is a channel, potentially. And if we look, I just drew it from here to here and extended it out to the right. And we get a good idea of kind of what's been moving and how it's been moving. And so we push this out to the right, and then, it even adheres to the trend. It rejected off the trend. But look how strong it is. Even when it's rejecting, it keeps on trying to break through. Finally breaks above. Make this a little bit thicker. And now we're out above, and now it's using this trend as its sort of movement. So now it's kind of adhering to this. So we're up, dips below a little bit. Now it's adhering to this line. Dips. So a lot of times they'll have price action around a line. So it breaks out above, finally gets back into this channel, and now we're going. So this is another way to show that. But I like a channel is a legitimate way to look at this. This is called a channel. But I really did like that trend line that I drew earlier, where I was able to draw from here out. And this is a little bit tighter range. And I might just have to set this as my default. Alright. So how would I trade this? We got another hammer, right? So we got a hammer, which means it tried to dip down. It said no siree Bob. So what I'm looking for with this trend is maybe some sideways action to 118, but I'm looking for it to play this range over here. So we're kind of looking for this. We know that we've hit this 129 level. Let's go ahead and draw a horizontal line here. So I'm gonna right click. We're gonna right click. We're gonna start we're gonna start charting this shit out. But how am I playing this? I'm looking for Penn National Gaming. I think a hammer strong. It means it tried to go back down. The buyers are like, nah, not today. And what do we got? We got March Madness coming up. A lot of people are gonna be upset this March, but that's good for Penn Gaming. And they've got a lot of good news going on with them. But I'm gonna go ahead and draw a line out. Have a horizontal line to draw out. But I can right click, add a drawing, and we will do a price level. And so we'll do a price level right at 129 because that's the high. And so probably I'm actually gonna go ahead and extend this out a little more. Add a drawing, price level, and we'll draw a line out to this 129. So now we know where our resistance is. Right now we got resistance at one twice now. We hit it last week. We dipped down to see if it was legit, and we got a hammer. And now we're looking for a good week to try and approach that again. So I'm looking for, we potentially have 2 more weeks of consolidation. We got next week, which will bring us to the 22nd, I guess. And then by March, we should have a breakout either up or down. There happens to be March Madness coming out. I consider that, at least with that news, I'm more looking for it to make a trade, but it is a way to make a narrative. And we have a candle we have a hammer, which is a potential confirmation that we could get a move up. What are we looking for? We're looking for a green candle to overtake this. But as far as option plays to do right now, we'd have to be considering perhaps 2 weeks, actually doing a play 2 weeks out, but actually doing it at this 119 level if you can afford it. 2 weeks out at this 119 level, and so we can get that move up, because in 2 weeks I believe that this thing could at least approach 129. This would also be the third approach, so we could actually get a potential breakout, retest, or whatever. But if we get a breakout, we've got room up to 142 based on the channel that we've drawn, based on the trends, right? That started way back in March. Way back in March, we got a trend setting up that says if this thing breaks up, it's breaking up to 140, the 142, 145 area. So there's 2 ways to play that. You could get a call. Probably I would go 3 weeks out to be safe, or a month. Farther out, the better you have to cover, and the less time decay on your contract. But I would probably look at a 120 call for like March 8th or maybe March 1st. I'm thinking March 8th to be a little safer. And then if it's up to 145 by March 8th, then if it's up to 145 by March 8th, then we're looking at about $2,000 profit. Because we, on a contract, on a call, we have the right to buy 100 shares at this certain strike price. Let's see if we can tell anything. I like to trade divergences too. A divergence is when, so I got the RSI here at the bottom. If you want to add an RSI, we'll go over to that beaker again, and we'll go and we'll put in RSI. And then there it is right there. And so we'll add that. You'll double click on it, add it, and apply it. And then you'll see it on the lower part of this chart. You might already have it on your chart. So based on divergences, right? So a divergence, the price action doesn't meet this RSI indicator, the action going on here. This should match. This should be an impression, right? A line version of telling the story of what is happening on this chart. But what we see here is we have a dip down, right? So this red bar, we get a dip down. So this is a low. And then we get a higher low. And on the chart, we get a higher low. But this is where it starts to get interesting. We get a higher low again on this chart. But on this chart, this is even. So this is even, right? These lows, and that's what I like about TradingView is I can actually draw this trend line. But this is even price action. But these two lows are on an uptrend. So what does that tell? Get rid of this horse. Get rid of this horse noise. This is pretty much the angle more or less that this stock is on, whereas this is staying even on these lows. So if we do get a reversal and we start getting green, that's a definite confirmation. But that means that although price is going up, this is kind of staying even. So check this out on the stream. We can just Google this. Shout out to the humble analyst who first showed me this. But we can actually just look this up. And let's go. We're going to Google divergence pattern. And let's go to images. Alright, you can do it. You can do it. And you'll see, I believe this is a hidden divergence. So close to a hidden divergence. It's not the strongest, but divergences versus not bullish, bearish. And so what we have here is this is blurry, now it's cleared up. So we have a hidden divergence where we had price action, we had a higher low. But on our oscillator, although it wasn't a lower low, it's technically lower, but it was more even, right? So that's really more of it is a hidden divergence for sure. It's a little bit weaker. It's not super strong, but I would call it like a medium hidden divergence, which is still an indicator. It's still a strong indicator. And so we have price action going up, but the oscillator, the lows stay the same. And so, which means that even when price goes up, we're not over pushing it is pretty much what it's saying. It's like people can still want more. And really the only excuse that that it is for going down, obviously the market or whatever, but more or less because price action went down is because we're high on the RSI. So we're in overbought territory. People are buying the fuck out of this and they still want to buy it. So this is more of an indication that we might be hitting this 140 level, and depending on if we do it in a couple weeks or not, maybe 150. So that's something else that we're looking for, which is great. And based on the weekly, I'm kind of looking for that 3 weeks at 120, buying an option call about around the 3.8 mark at this 120, watching it move. Or potentially, now this is riskier, but you could get paid more, and I'll show you how both of them play out. Potentially, you could get this maybe go for this 3 weeks out and buy a few of those contracts. So we'll go over to the trade. I'll just show you what the value of those are right now before we even get into the titty. All right. So if we look at March 5th. I'm on the option chain right now, just showing you some of these prices. So if you look at March 5th, we can get a option call at the price it is now, at like this 119 mark. We can buy it for $830, and it could be at 140 by the time we start getting closer into March. And that would give us That would give us a good bit of money. If you wanted to kind of see what it could potentially be, if we buy at 120 and in March 5th, um, it's at, 140 or whatever, um, then we're about $20 in the money. So what's $20 in the money from 118? It's the $98 strike price, which is about $2,000. Now, given time decay, say it happens a week from now, we're still looking at around 1680 to be precise. A $98 strike price for next week is that right? February 19th. Holy shit! So yeah, you're looking at about $2,000, which is what I had said earlier, off an $800 premium, and I think that's pretty doable or conservative. And based on the price action, maybe you go up and you just want to sell it when it hits 129 again. But we have a lot of indicators saying that price action's going up. But let's get some more. Oh yeah, and then I also wanted to show another way to play this is we catch March 5th. This is why you buy things out of the money too. Say we do March 5th, and say we're actually, let's try and be a little reckless, but let's be a little conservative. So we'll do March 12th. If we look at the chart, there's a chance by March 12th we could be at 150. I'm not going there, but I'm saying there's a chance that we could be at 150. Looks like price range over the week was about a $20 range, if I'm not mistaken, 91. Yeah, so let's say that by March 8th, March Madness news is coming in, all this other shit. Let's say we get up to 150, or let's say we're going to 145 by then. So check out March 12th, and we check out this 150 strike, and those are kind of going for about 230. Oh, cool! There's even a discrepancy there. So this is actually an underbought thing. So let me show you this discrepancy because this is actually pretty interesting. So is closer to 120, and that contract is worth $350. 145 is closer, or is farther away than 140, so it's a little bit cheaper. And so 150 is a little bit farther away than the 145. It's a little bit cheaper. But here you go. 155 is actually farther away than 150, but it's more expensive. There's a discrepancy. One of the worst contracts to buy right now is the 155 because it seems to be overpriced. Why? Because a lot of people might have bought the 155 or have been buying into it, and that's why it's up. Meanwhile, this 150 is actually, it could be on par with the decay, but it could also be a little bit undervalued. Depending on if this 155 is legitimate or not, but it should be. What I'm saying is 155 should be cheaper, and it's not. So it means that one's either overpriced or the one below it is underpriced, and we'll find out. But you often come across these. Let's get some more confirmation to see. So we're gonna switch from weekly to the daily. You click on the weekly or time frame, 3 years, 1 week. And under favorites, instead of time frame, you should have a 1 year, 1 day indicator. Do you see that? All right, let's click on that shit. So now we go up from weekly, so we figure out what could happen next week. And that's good that we retouch the bottom of the trend on the weekly, because that means that we got room to go up now. We've already tested to see if we can hold the bottom of the trend. And pretty much Penn National Gaming was like, fuck yes, we can. Let's a little bit higher up. So now we got this set up. It's a little bit spread out. So I'm just gonna zoom in some. We already got our trends drawn up. Let's see what's going on the daily. I'm gonna stretch this out some. So I click on it, and then I kind of move it up just to stretch out these candles some. And now look at this. So we do this move, we're touching the bottom of the trend. We're just in this channel, and we go and we hit the top. 130s clearly is our wall, and then now we just hit the bottom of the trend, and this shit's like, fuck that shit, I'm trying to go up. Remember those divergences I was talking about? Well, we got a low right here, technically on the RSI. No, I wouldn't call that a low. I would actually call this a low. And then we got a higher low. So I don't know. If we go based on this dip, then we do have a divergence here. We have a low, then we get a higher low oscillator. We have a lower low. We'll see how it plays out, but this is a strong indicator. This is a I would consider this a legit indicator. I'd like to check it on a stochastic, but it's an indicator that this stock might be heading up. We know we got a wall here at 128, but we do have room up to 128 or 129. So we broke this trend downwards. This is the trend that was setting up right there. We broke that shit, broke it right at that 113 level. I'm not gonna say I set it there, but I did set my fucking, but we broke it and boom. We could do a little bit of sideways action, but we could also just keep the move going up, you know. But you know, price this is daily, you know. We're not playing for the second, you know, so we're playing a little bit farther out. So you know, just contracts, you know, this thing's looking good. But let's see if we got any trends going on over here. On the daily, we just broke a downtrend. Let's see what else we can get. Let's see. This seems to be. I'm gonna actually do a drawing. I'm gonna add another price line, and right here. So I'm drawing this out at 110. This seems to be a strong support level. There was a lot of resistance here at 110. One approach, two approach, third approach, retest, breakout. A lot of resistance over here at this 110 area. And whoops. And so resistance then support. And then when it hit that 110 area, bounced off that and was like, fuck that shit. And it moved all the way up to 118. So I do like that. Good way to check out what's going on is to do a trend-based fib. We can't really do that with this shit. So let's check out. I'm gonna do. Oh, on the bottom right of the screen, sort of near right side extension, we have our plus and minuses, and let's go ahead and get a Fibonacci. Here it is, Fibonacci retracement. Let's try and look at some key levels. So Fibonacci retracement is checking our Fibonacci levels on this. So we take this, we go from the high, just 129, 128.65, whatever. We go from the high and we draw it down to the low over this time period. And this will kind of tell us, so we drew back, we went from the high to the low. So we go here, we actually went back down to this 78.6 retracement. And it looks like we're popping up. And usually what that means is if we're gonna continue up, we're gonna be headed towards this 127 area. Overall, doesn't mean it's gonna happen from November to March. This is kind of how things have been moving, and it looks like this thing wants to keep continuing up to hit this 127, and then the larger goal of this 161 later on, but that's way later on. 112 happens to be a key fib level. You know, we were pretty much around 112 at open on Friday, before we made this 6.3 cent move. 623 minus 118.82 puts us at 112.59. 112.59 is pretty damn close to this 112.42. So we were right at the 78.6 on Friday, which meant we were either going to fall back down to 99.4 or we were going to make a move up back towards this 129 area. And it looks like the stock is I have spoken, and it wants to keep going up. So that's another indicator that we're looking at. It's a good sign. Now this is what
Did you put in all those price lines?
No, so this is what I did. I'll show you again. So we're on our 1 year, 1 day chart, right? And so let's go ahead and zoom out. So I'm gonna zoom out. We're on the 1 year, 1 day. So let's take a zoom sort of from September into kind of where we are now. We'll check this out. So I consider this, we were moving down, right? This was a downtrend from October, and then right around November is where this shit turned around. Fib. So if we go to the bottom right where we draw our lines at, click on this line, this active tool, and we're gonna go to this percent tool, and that's a Fibonacci.
Right.
And so what that shows is where this stock could potentially move down to and move up to. So on its move up, this pretty much shows the move up and where it could continue to move up. So if you go from the top, right, of a trend down to the bottom of this trend, because this has been an uptrend this entire time. Higher highs, higher lows. So we went from the top, the highest high, to the lowest low of this duration. And this plays out the move up. And look what happened. So we move up, we go from 0, we got a pretty nice little move. We hit this 23.6, we kind of go sideways for a little while. But we continue to go up. We go up to this 61.8 level, which is a great indicator. Kind of teeters around this 61.8 to 32. Retest to make sure we still want to go up, and we still do. And what happens? We go up to the 78.6, and then we make it up to this point. So pretty much based on this, you actually have to add in the 127. So we would right click, edit properties, we would go to the 1.27, and we would just push a check to highlight it, make sure that it shows on our chart too. And then we would save it as default so that every time we do it, we see this. 127 is a key level, and 149 is this next target, the 129 level. And yeah, so I just showed that. We retraced back to the 78.6. Another way to show kind of where the retracement could occur is from the bottom. So it's actually very legit to draw it from. If we want to know how far down it could go after a move up, we would go from the bottom of the trend. We would draw a retracement up to the top, and this is kind of our retracement down. But because we're not technically in a downtrend, because we just broke it, because if we were in a downtrend, then these would be our key levels going down, and we could put a put on it, you know, like and didn't hold, then we would be looking at the 99 level, and next at least a move back down to this at least 99, probably 90, before we could see if anybody actually wanted to go back up or not. But yeah, it's good. It's technically a fib extension how we drew it, from the top to the bottom of the trend, and we're doing that to see where this uptrend could continue to go. And 127 is a key level, and then the 1.61. And so that's on the daily. Now this is my thing. I got a TTM chart. I kind of don't remember how I set it up. I had to look on YouTube and just do a TTM chart. So I like to do a TTM chart with the MACD, so you can just kind of watch this for a second. and we can kind of figure out
What?
where this thing could where the momentum could be. So on the daily, looks like kind of tough to see, but on the daily, I'm looking for this is what I tend to look for on these charts, is like these reversals where we kind of go down because contracts are cheaper and we could get a good move up. So this confirmation right here is really why I even developed this or even use this indicator. And what it is we get a strong red bar over here, a strong, do you see how the colors are a little bit different? I know your colors are a little bit different, but we get a strong color bar. We also have this TTM wave going on right here. So this is the MACD, this is the wave, and pretty much we get this strong bar. Afterwards, we get this strong yellow. If it's yellow, that means a lot of momentum heading up, and that we're gonna cross over. And so I'm looking for this reversal. I'm looking for a strong red. I'm looking for the yellow. I'm looking for the beige and the green and the diesel. But I'm looking for the strong red and the yellow. And that move back up where we actually break over and we start to get up. So this was kind of the move. We ended up going from $79 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. We are at the $106 level. So that's $26 in 6 days. And that's also about 37% move in 6 trading days, or 1 week and one trading week in 1 day. And so that's a good move, right? Because you get a contract, you know, depending on when you get it, you could just get it for the next week, and you could be in the money. I mean, that's 20 something bucks, you know, on a contract that probably cost $200 at the time. And because it was a downtrend, I mean, it could have been even cheaper. But those tend to be some things that I'm looking for with the TTM, but we're not doing that now. Let's see if we can see anything. Let's see if we see anything on the 1 year, 1 day chart. And let's check out the, let's go to our time frames. Let's check out the, go to our time frames. And let's look at the 6 month, and let's look at the 2 hour. Oh, it doesn't have the daily on this one. We have to go over to intraday, and we'll do 10 days, and we will do 2 hours. So we're gonna check out the 2 hour chart over 10 days. And let's see what that looks like on pen, and let's see what can happen a little more immediately. All right, let's auto arrange, and we keep our trends here. We already draw our trends out. We got our, man, this might not be enough, huh, with this whole 10 day. All right, let's change the time frame. I'm sorry about that. Let's go to 90 days, and we'll do 2 hours instead of 10 days. And we will zoom in. Let's go ahead and zoom in from around January, and we'll kind of zoom to where we are now and just look at this time frame. And we're going to move this chart up so we can just see a little bit better. We got our trends here. I know I got these indicators. Let me there we go. Keep it a little more simple, because your chart looks a little more like this. And so what do we have here? Let's get the RSI going. So we'll do this all manually. I don't mind just going in manually. RSI, we'll go ahead and add this to the chart. And let's see if we can get anything based on the RSI. Let's see if we can draw any trends. Let's start drawing our trends and then see what happens. So we'll go from let's go from, excuse me, I gotta change over my drawing tools over the trend line. And let's go from here, bottom of this green, right? And we're just trying to get some rough trend lines. We'll go over to the bottom of this green over here. Edit properties. I want to make this thicker, and I want to make this a dotted line, because we're just kind of figuring out where these things might go. Let's do another trend. Let's go from this looks like something. So there's a red candle over here around, it just says 8:30, but red candle, I'm seeing that it's touching this red candle. We got another red candle over here. I know I'm not showing this, so let me draw it and then show you what I'm looking at. So edit properties, we're gonna make this bar thicker, and we're gonna change the color of it. Alright, so I pretty much took this red candle over here. It's right around the 106.42 mark, and I just took this. I noticed that it hit another one. We get another one, and another one. DJ Khaled said we even got another one right here. And then we got and then look at this. So then we get a little bit of movement. We get a move up, we get a little retest. We go, all right, well, we hold this level, and then boom. So this is actually a trend that was actually forming. It was existing, and it actually broke out of. So it actually broke out of this trend. Looks like around a couple Wednesdays ago, and broke out of this trend, and that's when we got that move up. That was also around earnings, I believe. And then check this out. So then we get this downtrend after the earnings. We break out of that on Friday, or Thursday or whatever. We actually hit this as resistance again on Thursday, and then we this was on Friday, yeah. And then on Friday, so we actually break out. We hit this as resistance again, and then we actually get to bounce that off. So now this is another sort of point of support that we have lined up here. We have a trend line that's been going on for a few weeks. It's been adhering to it. It broke out over it. It broke down under it. And it broke down over it again. And we got an indication that this thing is trying to move upwards towards this 128 level. And yeah, so if I draw a line from here to here to try and figure out a trend, this is a trend that is established. Do I think it will adhere to that? No, I do not. But this is, kind of on the line that we're at. So let me undo that. And I think really where we're at is, and what might be a little more plausible, is I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more to these last 3 hours, last 3 2-hour candles. And so I'm gonna draw from the bottom of this one. I'm gonna touch the bottom of the second one, and that'll determine our trend. So I drew from the bottom of this trend, tried to touch the bottom of this one and keep it going. So we are on this trend right now. I'm gonna zoom out because I'm a little disoriented. But I'll just zoom back in. So this is a trend that we are on. This is a legitimate trend. This is also called which means this is when this stock has moved. It has moved up, straight up, at the start of that 2-hour mark, moved up from that point, and that's why the box is empty. Because it didn't move down and then move up. That shit just means it was like, oh shit, 2 hours, let's go. It started moving up. I'm gonna draw a thicker line so we can kind of and I'm gonna make it a dotted line, because this is a trend that we're on. It's not relatively strong, but it's not relatively weak either, and it's kind of early on to tell. But this shows, right, that we can get to that 128. And based on this trend, it looks like we could be approaching that by Friday. We got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, potentially next week. We could be at this 128 mark. To be safe, we're looking more towards Monday after this. But we could be right there at that 128. How do we know whether the trend will be broken? Well, we're going to have a close below the line that we already have established. So if we have a close below 118, if we get a close at this 117 level, if we close below on the 2 hours, and that means this trend might not be valid. The only way it would be valid is if, say, we close below, we had a little thing right here, and then we had an engulfing candle that kind of took us up over back onto the trend. But close below looks like trend's negated, and we're just looking for a different one. So we would probably draw a trend line out from the base of this green candle where we are headed to upon there. But how do we know that the overall uptrend is broken? Well, right here. So we get our lows, and then we get a high, we get a higher low, we go a little bit higher, higher low, move up, so we get a low, then we get get a lower low. This thing really didn't even want to go down, but finally we get a reversal. A confirmation of reversal is this big green candle that overtook our point where we fell off at. So we fell off at this 115.94, and on Friday, Penn was like, "Fuck that shit," and went back over it. And so this is a good confirmation that we're moving up. I wouldn't be surprised to a little sideways action. We might even get a retouch of this trend that we drew weeks ago. So we might get a retouch of this 117 level. And 117 might be a good time to buy. So 117, I wouldn't be surprised we create a low. So we might get a dip back down to 117 if we do break this trend that we're on now. And that looks like another buying opportunity. We could also, we also have this trend line that we drew from March. This is the trend line that we drew all the way from March, and this is where we're at. And so based on this trend line from March, if we don't hold 117, then we got this move down to 115.50, and we could be Tuesday, we could be at 115.50 and still be a part of this uptrend, and still be a part of the trend from fucking March, dude. And so that's, if you get down to that part, then that's a major buying zone. How do we know that this trend is negated? We'll know that the trend is negated based on a close below this trend line. So on Wednesday, if we close below 116, then this trend at least is negated, at least for that, for that time. And it's probably time to get out of a trade, because although we have this tentative dotted line that we drew for potential trend savior, that's a 50-cent stop. But then after that, we're down to 110 in no time. So 110 was that sort of original trend line that we had drawn based on the bottom of the blue wick. This trend line that we drew from March, that's the one that we drew based on the bottom of that same candle rather than the wick all the way back from March. We can go back and show it, but so the very ends of this is 110, but you don't want to be in a trade this long. We got our spots. If we break this, if we're not at 120 by fucking Tuesday, then this trend line is going to be negated, and we're looking at this 117 buy-in. 117 looks like a really good buy-in. Looks like we've been holding it for weeks. It's a good retest. It's a good sort of low before we get this move up. And if we don't hold 117, then we got this 116.50 or 116 right here that's right close behind. But if we don't hold 116, you know, we're going to be right back down to 110. So this can kind of determine when we can get out of our trades. If you want to get in on Monday, get in on Monday. But if it doesn't go straight to 120, then you already know we're going to be going sideways for at least a few days. And you might need to position. If you, for some reason, you had a contract for next week rather than a couple weeks out, then you might need to get out of that. If we don't hold this 118 real fast, you might need to get out of it and look for one next week and try and enter it around 117. And by then you would have lost what, $5 you know? If you get in at 118 and the shit doesn't hold 118, then in the same day you probably didn't lose much money if you're getting out at 118. So maybe look to re-enter around 117.2 for next week, or for a week out, a farther week out. And if that doesn't hold, technically you can still hold on to it. It's not much of a drop, especially if you get a contract farther out. But then we got this 116 level, and if 116 level doesn't hold, you really got to get out of this trade, you know. Even if you're in 2 weeks from now or what, you need to really get out if 116 doesn't hold, because we're probably falling down to 110. And if you want, technically you can use this 115 sort of 50 as your stop. But after that, just get out and we'll see what happens at 110. There's a lot of support at 110, like we've already seen. But I think based on this, the way that things have been going, 3 white soldiers is a really, I know it does in terms of America, but it actually is a good indicator for stocks. And it suggests that we could have a bullish move up. But yeah, I'm looking for kind of this 118.50, and I'm also looking for 117. And as far as the RSI goes, low. So we still haven't made a low yet, you know? This thing, it's almost like it's in. And so we could be looking at that. But again, some good chunk contracts to get. Maybe you might be looking at one for 2 weeks from now. For this let's see what 129 costs. This is an out of money trade we're about to look into. I'm not necessarily thrilled about out of the money trades, but I get it. But if you want to do an out of the money trade, you want to buy a lot of contracts. And right now at this 130 strike price, I mean, these are $300. Really the best bang for the buck right now is to just kind of get this March, if you can afford it. You're sort of looking for this March 5th, 120 is the most in the money, kind of. Or I don't know. It's just with time decay, it's gonna be really tough to check this 140 level, but they are cheaper. So you'd want to get like 3 of them. So it's like, do you get 3 140s for March 12th, or just get one March 12th 120? That's $900. It's not gonna have a lot of time decay. It's in based on where we're going, it's gonna be in the money. Over 122, we just start stacking up the cash. But you know, it is not that simple. We just need a good entry. So people kind of want stocks to go down, and I kind of want to touch this. I think 117 is going to be a good support area, and you know, if it touches 115.50 on Tuesday, just get ready to buy that shit if it holds, which I think it will. I mean, but once that shit holds that 115, oh buddy, we got room up to 130. And if you wanted to do honest,
hold, are you talking about when it closes?
I'm talking about a close. We are looking at a 2-hour chart. So what could happen is maybe we get bad news for some reason. I don't know. maybe we get some bad news and this stock opens at 117.70. Let's say we get some bad news, opens at 117, the market comes down, and maybe we tank down to this 116 level. But it's just during the day, right? It's just during the day, like Tuesday, it's like fucking 12:30, and we're right here at this 115.50 level, and it's gonna battle between maybe, you know, right around this range, around 115, you know, 115.70. Let's see, based on this, looks like it could kind of battle around this Tuesday. It could be battling at 114.60 all the way through 116. But I would imagine it would be like this sort of 115.50 level. We can zoom in to figure out. We can do a fib on like 5 minutes to see where some of these stronger levels are, but it could just be battling right here at this 115.50 midday. And yeah, if it closes right at 115.50, you kind of want to get in there, but you kind of don't, because that's risky. It's only risky because overnight, we just don't know what happens. If for some reason we get some bad news, like Donald Trump grew wings and flew into the White House and dropped Joe Biden out of the window and is now president, then, you know, market might go down or whatever. But yeah, technically on a hold, right? So a close, if we can kind of close above, excuse me, we can kind of dip down. Maybe we dip down to 114 and then close at this 115.50 or 116 level on Wednesday. Ooh, buddy, that's looking good. So these holds, these battles, they play out within ranges, but they're right around the ranges of these key critical points. So a close above 115 is good on Wednesday for sure, but also, you know, Wednesday midday it could be battling it out, and then we kind of get an indicator of 115, it kind of holds, and then it breaks up maybe towards this 116 level, and we'll know from the candles. We get an engulfing candle at 116 from a pullback to 115. We know we're skyrocketing. So the battles just kind of play out in their own way, but based on this trend is Wednesday we could be at 116, and even though we opened the week at 118, Wednesday we could be at 116, and it's perfectly bullish. And actually real 2 week as well as this almost 1 year sort of thing, that formation that we have built up. And that could be definitely the instigator where we just kind of destroy back up to 128. So pen looks great. I'm gonna do a under the time frames, and we go under our favorites, and we go to this 5-day 15-minute chart. I'm just gonna look at it and see what I see. But yeah, pen actually looks good for next week. And yeah, based on this, it's just this. Oh wow! So I actually have something set up where it can kind of show me all of these bullish trends and bearish and all this stuff. Falling wedge was what we were in. It broke out. Based on the 15-minute chart, the path could look like this. And looks like we hit that and then just kind of popped up on the 15. And based on that, that's got us by Thursday at 128. So pen, we'll see how pen wants to move, how it likes to dance. Let's see, we'll draw a fib, so we'll go down to our drawing tools, fib retracement, and we're gonna draw it right from the top of this top over here, and we're gonna go down to this bottom at 110. And so we got the move up, then we kind of hit back on this 70.6 again, and this is the trend line that we drew, right? This is the trend line that we drew. And we're moving towards that 127. So if you wanted to day trade this, then we would probably buy we probably buy at 119.50, and we would be looking to trade this up to 122. We'd be looking to trade this at getting out at around 122, depending on where you're. And so we got 122. We might take a little bit of profits. Maybe we get 2 contracts. Sell one at 122. See how price action goes, and then 125 is our next target. And if we hit 125, unless it just roars through 125, we probably might get a move back down to 122 into the week. But we have a trend that's going up. It doesn't mean it's going up Tuesday, it doesn't mean it's going up Wednesday, but based on everything that we've drawn out, it means within the next fucking week or two, it will be going up to around 128 and beyond. And that's why it's good to buy in the money, right? Because if we look at our weekly chart or our daily chart, like, it looks like we can move. I just switched back to the 1 year, 1 day, if you're looking at the screen. But the reason why we buy in the money, or it's good to buy as close in the money as you can, is because, one, if you buy this contract, although it'll cost more, if you buy it at where in the money is going to be is at 118. If we buy it at 118 and it goes up to 129, then we get that $1,100. But if I buy it at 129 when it's at 118, then that entire move up to 118, I'm not getting all that money. I'm probably really going up because I'm not in the money. Why are they increasing the value of my contract when I'm still out? If it's at 118, if this stock moves $5 and it goes up to 123 and I got a 129 contract, I'm still $6 out of the money. I'm more out of the money than I am in the money from when the trade started. So why would the value of my contract isn't going to be going up as substantially? Because I'm still more or less up shit's ass. So it would have to be a vicious move, and you honestly, if it moved from 118 to 122 in 1 day, and you had a 129 contract for that week, you might make $50. Whereas the person who bought it at 118 is looking more at $450 on that same daily move. So that's why it's good to buy in the money. And if you're you want to buy a lot of contracts, and what you're playing on is the fact that they're probably going to be cheaper, and so you can kind of get coverage that way. But you also want to buy a farther time frame out, because if you bought a 1.9 but you bought it for August instead of next week, then on that move from 118 to 122, you are going to get a couple $100 out of that, because you're a lot closer to that 129 in a lot less time. 1 week going $4, and your contract is 8 months out, looks a lot better than 1 week going $4 and your contract is 4 days out. So Penn National Gaming looks good, and then of using TradingView. So this is a chart that I had drawn before Friday on TradingView. Let me switch over to TradingView on Chrome. So this is a chart that I had drawn out before Friday, and I just took sort of the information that we had. I had been drawn from, looks like January. Just took it from the base of this. Ran it up. So most people, so stocks break out and they break down. It seemed better to draw this trend from here to this candle, and then you get 3 more touches, more so than from here to here. Because if I do this channel from here, if I do this, excuse me, this line from here to here, I ain't touching shit. You know? What the fuck is the point of that? Maybe if I go from the base of the candle here to the base of the candle there, that's a little bit better. And that kind of gets a point of that low that we hit, right? But, you know, not as many things touch that. And that actually does make sense too, because we kind of broke down, but we saved the trend and we continue going. So it could determine the low better, but this is safer because we got more things touching this trend. It's more of a legitimate trend. And so that's why I set my alert right there at 113.39. And I had, hey, break over 139. Oh no, I had my alert. Shit, I had my alert at 1. Oh, I pushed the wrong thing. No wonder I didn't get the notification. Oh, it's my fault. I had my alert at 110, but I wanted the alert at 110 signified a breakdown, it looks like. But I wanted this alert at 113.80. That's why I drew this shit out. Because 113.80 looked real strong to me as a good sort of reversal point. That would have meant that this triangle that we have going over here, check this out. So we're up in this shit, and that would have meant that it kind of broke up. But I think I drew this on a 30-minute time frame. And so pretty much we were in this whole sort of triangle formation this whole time. And then here's the formation. We're in this triangle. It sort of breaks down underneath, but we know based on our trend lines, it doesn't matter if it breaks down here, as long as it doesn't break down here, before here, or after here, you know, or at this cusp of here. So this is the point. This is the time where we determine whether this trend is valid or invalid, based on the trend that we had from the tops and based on the trends that we had from the bottoms. Then, because look, this is why you draw trends off the bodies instead of the wicks. Technically this chart broke out one time already, 2 times already. Technically this chart already broke out twice. Does that make sense? Because we have this wick, so we broke out over here. We already broke out once, but then we came back in. We already broke out again, but then we came back in. So why would I get nervous if we break down here? Now you do have to, if you're in the trade, you know, you do have to be aware that this is a breakdown. And that's why we have to know where our support is, because our support hit perfectly right here at 109. So our support hit perfectly at this 109 level, 109.87, 110, which is also what we had on our Thinkorswim. So we already got this support. So if it breaks up, I can't get excited over this break up, because I know based on our yellow trends that we drew out over the daily charts, that right here, February 12th at 11 o'clock, that will determine where this stock will go. It's not going to be determined beforehand. Because if we broke out and everyone said, oh shit, let me buy here on a breakout, even though we're not supposed to break out until here. So it's about being aware. So we need a breakout, and then we would obviously need a confirmation, which means it would break out, then it would come back down, and then it would move back up, and that's when we would know that the break would happen. So if we're breaking premature, then we need to know legitimately why, and we'll usually get a retest like, hey, are you sure about this shit? But one, the yellow line is really our stronger trend anyways. You know, that's the one we had established. This is one we just drew. But so we break up and we break down, but we're scoping this trade out. We know when our time is of inflection, and it's not February 11th at 9:30. It's not February 11th at 11 o'clock. So when we see it drop down to 110 on February 11th, it's not the whole trend is negated. This shit has been going on for days, weeks. So just because it breaks down a little bit on the 11th, that doesn't mean shit. We know that this trend is for sure broken on February 12th at 11 o'clock based on the trends that we drew from weeks ago. Breaks down, but it doesn't break down too much. Breaks down to a good support level. And then what do you know? We get this move, and we'll just go ahead and get this line out of the way because we just drew this one. So we get this move, and on the trends that we drew from weeks before, look at this. Look how it breaks out. 930, we're right here, and we're below. We're not even within the triangle at February 11th or February 12th at open. We're not even in the triangle. But then we get this move above, and what do? So we break out above, then it looks like we retest the breakout above. So this is what, and then look at this. When was our time? It was February 12th at 11 o'clock. It said, oh shit, it's 11 o'clock, and this stock is above the trend. Looks like we're breaking out. This is the strongest candle. This is the strongest candle of the day. Everybody's buying in, and then they're like, nah, fuck that shit. We're in this now. And then we get this move. So now the 30-minute indicator, it just suggests that we ended here. I'm going to go to the 5-minute, and I'm assuming that we broke out, retested, and then continued to move up. So let's see what happened February 12th at 11 o'clock. So February 12th at 11 o'clock, and check it. So what do? February 12th, 10:05, breakout. Look at this jump, 10:10. They're like, oh shit, we're in it now. Look, they almost tried to just run it up there. But they're like, we're in it now. So we get a breakout. We come back and we retest. And then we just move up. So then 10:20, we catch our retest. We break. We do a little trend. And price action's like, nah, we're in this shit. So we got our breakout, we got our retest, and then we get our breakout. This stock wanted to go and it went. A lot of the price action was at this 112 area. But once we get past this volume shelf, shit, ain't nothing stopping us. We get a brief hiccup right over here, right? Get a brief hiccup at 114, but then there's nothing in our way. And we're just like, okay, cool, excuse me. So we get this move, and then finally we get a little more price. What I'm using as it's a false breakout indicator. I like to use that in conjunction with definitely other things, but it sort of tells you when a real breakout is and a false breakout is. Volume shelf tells you where a lot of these people got this money lined up at, and things like that. And I believe
what's the false breakout indicator?
False breakout. That's these flags here. So these are long.
Okay.
And so
that's just TradingView, right?
Yeah, that's in TradingView. It's an indicator in TradingView. I actually really appreciate this. A couple of good examples is here, where we get a breakout indicator. This isn't the breakout actually, but this is the start of it. So this is kind of a good base point, which means it's a good entry point. And then we actually try the break, we test, and then we get a move up. I've never seen a stock run up but go down at the same time. Somehow both of these candles are down, but over the span of it going down, up, stock goes up $7. But so this is a breakout indicator. We can't go just by this rule of thumb, but what if we got this breakout indicator and then check out our stochastic, where we got this low, we get a higher low, but on our higher low, the oscillator stays the same, which means it's like, hey, I'm trying to move. I don't know about you. I don't know if you're serious about this as I am, because this is like somebody going to a party or whatever, and they're like, let's go. Come on, let's go. I'm getting dressed. Let's go. And it's like, come on, dog. Are you really trying to go or what? Because it seems like you're fronting. I'm ready. I've been sitting on the couch. If you're trying to meet these hoes, then let's meet these hoes. You're just pretending, dude. I already know you're 20 minutes late. And then it's like, all right, I guess this person finally puts on some deodorant, turns the car on, and it's like, all right, let's go. And then they just fucking go. So then they head to the party. You know, they meet up with some bitches. Hey, what's going on? Pretty good night. Then obviously I guess you get laid, wake up sober, realize that these women kind of weren't that attractive, and you get a little fall down. Not as hot as I thought they were, and it's like, all right, those bitches were whatever. But then you start hitting up other women, right? So then you hitting them up, you're like, yo, what's going on? You know, trying to meet up, and they're like, I don't know, let me see if I can get away. It doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to do it. Yo, what's going on? You trying to hang out? Might be, it doesn't look like it's gonna be whatever. Then these hit you back up, and you're like, all right, well, shit, you know? And so you hit rock bottom, and you go, all right, well, I'm either, you know, it's not what I thought it was gonna be, but I'm still gonna end up getting laid tonight, so it's a good thing. So you know, you go up. This happened to have been a false breakout indicator, but it ended up working out, you know. And I'm sure there was some sort of divergence, maybe on a 15-minute pattern that suggested it, or it could have just been institutional buying. You know, recognizing the trend, understanding what is coming up. We do have March Madness coming up. We do have stimulus checks coming up. People are going to be gambling. And then we also have this indicator, right? Or no, that doesn't suggest anything in the long term. It's really this low. Nah, that's just where the trend was going. I can't even say that there's any legitimate indicator aside from this trend action that we have going here, and also the volume shelves. But it was either up or down, and there were more people going up than down. And if we look at the daily chart too, you saw the weekly chart that we drew at first. It was just so strong on pin. And then even on the daily chart, we sort of, oh, here it is. So we get this low, and this is why I was actually looking at trend to begin with, or pen. We get this low, and then we actually get a higher low, right? This is our low. We get a higher low here, but the oscillator's down there. So this was indicator. When we hit this low and we hit this hammer on the daily, and it was a higher low, but for some reason the oscillator went down, it was like, oh yeah, we're gonna be moving up. And then we see that really strongly the next day, and it coincided with this trend. So it was a perfect timing for this hidden divergence to happen that says, hey, we really want to be moving up. The false breakout indicator gave us a sign, you know, based on how price action went, that said, hey, the stock isn't really moving down. You know, it's going to continue to go up. And what we saw, we didn't have any clear indicator on the 1 hour. We didn't have any clear indicator on the 3-minute, 15 that would suggest a divergence to go up. But what we did have was a divergence on the daily, and that superseded everything. It even superseded a false breakout indicator on the 2-hour time frame, and I believe we had one on the 1-hour time frame too. But the daily, that's why we look at the weekly chart too, because the weekly chart is like, hey, you know, it's gonna supersede sort of what's going on like a 15-minute basis or anything like that. Hey, can you push like perhaps on the stream, and maybe type just like a couple letters into the chat, just for the algorithm. But also, so let's check out Cron. I know you wanted to look at Cron, so I'm on TradingView. I'm gonna switch back over to TradingView or Thinkorswim.
Interesting. So I was trying to find something that might be more in the price range, but I can afford optimized. It's still not, but it's like DraftKings charting is almost identical to this, but I still can't afford any of those contracts.
DraftKings is usually cheaper. Usually they go for about 150 or so.
They're in the for the same time frame. It's literally like half the price, which is interesting because DraftKings is like half the price of Penn. But yeah, I'm looking at like $300 to $400
for a month out.
Yeah.
Let's see DraftKings. DraftKings did but DraftKings looks good coming up. So maybe DraftKings, if we want to do a day trade, we can do a day trade on DraftKings, but we gotta set a stop loss. We gotta set a stop, which means if it goes below this, we gotta get out. And then we can have our targets so we can see where it'll go. So I'm on Thinkorswim. We'll check out DraftKings. Maybe we can find a legitimate DraftKings trade for next week. Let's go out to our weekly. Let's just go to our weekly first. We'll start out and we'll go in. DraftKings 61. Looks like it's got a lot of support there. I know it had a big run up on the Super Bowl. So on our weekly, let's just look at the chart for a second. Am I on my 3-year? Yeah. So I will go to auto zoom. Saying 3. Oh yeah, DraftKings just started in last year, so this is as far as the chart will go. All right. So this is where we got. We get a high, and then we get our low. Then we get a higher high, and then we get a low, and then we get a higher low, higher high, and then look. So we had this big candle. So check out when we turn down, right? So we go up, right? We go up on the high. We get this big candle right here. And then what happened was we clearly moved up from 39. We moved up to 45. And then we moved down and we ended the week at 39. So it's like a reverse hammer, like an inverse hammer, which is like a bearish sign. It's not bullish. It means it's not going to keep going up. It tried to go up. And at 145 or at 45, they were like, nah, dog, you're on the wrong floor. And so it ends up going back down to 39, go where your support is, where there was a tremendous amount of people buying up at 39, bought all the way up to the top of this candle. And so then we get this move down. So then, all right, looks like we're headed down. So the elevator starts heading down to 35. And then somebody stops and they go, whoa, 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 whoa. Maybe your friend gets on. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? You be heading up to the penthouse. Isn't that where I told you to go? And they're like, all right, well, we'll try and go up again. I tried to go up, and that guy said we're going to. So then they start going up. And then you try and get off at almost around 45 again. And the guy's like, what the fuck are you doing? You're not going up. You got to go back down. And this is an engulfing candle. So we have an up. We get an engulfing candle here, which means we're headed up. And then this bouncer cuts us off and says, fuck no, you're not. And so he says, take your ass down. And he doesn't just send you to the 35th floor. This guy's sending you back way down to the 30s. And so we get an engulfing candle here, which means we're headed down. But then what do we get? This is called a doji, where it tries down and it doesn't work. And it tries to head up. And it doesn't work either. And I'm getting a call from Florida. Hello?
Hello?
Who is this?
Hi, is this Brian?
Who is this?
Good day, my name is Andrew. I'm calling you from TradeNet. You left your details down.
TradeNet?
You remember?
Oh,
Yes, Rick.
I'm not trying to be a...
Trading on the US platform.
I'm actually not trying to be a part of that. I didn't use the platform and I couldn't get access to it, so I actually didn't want to be a part of it. I didn't use it. I signed up, I didn't use it, and I wasn't trying to be a part of that. I'm not trying to be a part of it. I'm gonna have to call you back. I'm in the middle of something, but I'm not trying to be a part of it. I wasn't trying to be a part of it. Huh? Yeah, did you all charge me? I was, but I didn't get access. I couldn't get access, so. Let me, well, yeah. I don't know if you can call me back in like 3 hours. Alright, go ahead. Ario, thanks. Florida. Yeah, fuck that shit. Wanted to try and learn something, but I couldn't get access, so what the fuck is the point of learning from them? Right, so we get an engulfing candle here, and we get an engulfing candle. We're going down, but then we get a doji, which means we try and go down more, and they're like, "Nah, dog, we're not playing this game." And then we try and go up, and someone's like, "Well, you're not doing this game." So we just kind of chill over here at 33. We kind of try it again, try and go down, and they're like, "Nah." So we get a hammer, but this still isn't conviction either way. Going from a doji to a hammer isn't necessarily a step up. But we are, what do we see? We got a lot of support at $32. That's what we're finding out real quickly. We got a lot of support at 32, and this 30.49 is really strong. Look at how many times it touches 30.49. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 5 times out of like 9 weeks. So it keeps trying. So then what do we have here? Because this hammer wasn't convincing off the doji. So they say, you know what? We'll see what's up. So it obviously opens at 32. It moves up. I believe we get a move up to 30. Probably move up to this 36 area. Something happens that week where it moves all the way down to 27, but recovers.
Hey, take a break for a second.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out. I can't log into fucking YouTube. I can't.
What?
I'm trying to log into YouTube so I can.
Oh, like and subscribe.
Well, I subscribed on. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. I think I did subscribe.
Wow, the powder is perfect. But I want hot chocolate.
So why'd you almost cancel today?
My car broke down, so I called AAA for a tow.
You hauled all day in the snow.
Dude, take off your helmet. My car broke down, called AAA
There
for
it
a tow.
Oh, nice.
Ready for
Hey, Stonks.
Called them hot
Stonker Stonk.
I'm not calling them that.
I'm gonna
Out of gas to breakdowns, AAA is your 24/7
Yeah.
roadside resource. Visit AAA.
Appreciate it.
Call 1-800-JOIN AAA and shout it from the mountaintops. With
Alright, so we stonking it up. So we're on
University of Maryland Global Campus has been a pioneer in online learning for over 20 years. So while you find creative ways to
I wonder
adjust
why
your
it says I'm not live.
and
Oh,
learn
it does say I'm
evolve,
live now.
Continue to do what we do best, providing the accredited, affordable state
All right.
education you deserve. Classes start February 17th. Learn about our roles and more ways to save at UMG.
Stonk A.
That's
Stonk A.
Man, are you looking for certain things or no?
certified to operate in Virginia.
Penn gambling's been pretty big. So definitely a playoff of that. Definitely a playoff of what's been going on with DraftKings. Cause I traded DraftKings up to this. So I was trading it. I was working DraftKings. And Penn is just another one of those names that is pretty strong. And then also just different people mentioning them, you know. People that I'm following, like Trend Spider is a good one on Twitter. Just different people kind of mentioning Penn. But the more you're looking at the market, Trader TV, they do live trading, so they're showing you everything that they're doing. They send out a watch list at the beginning of the between 7:30 and 8:30, they're sending out a watch list that tells you like what stocks have got a lot of volume and news and things like that. But Penn is just, you know, really strong play right now with the whole gambling legalization and shit like that. So
alright, so not being able to afford a contract, would that be something I should try and do a swing trade on then, you think? Or try and focus on something where I can get some options going?
We want to go cheaper. We just want to go cheaper. You know, you got to get experience trading. So DraftKings, maybe we can find something on the daily with DraftKings. Right now we got this, you know, engulfing. Finally we get a really strong hammer that says, all right, we're looking good. We might not be $44 good, but we're better than 30 for sure. And so whatever, 2 more weeks of sideways, and then finally this stock continually just starts to go up to the point where they're like, all right, fuck this shit. And then we finally get this break, and we move it. So let's draw a trend out. Check out this trend. Let's draw it from, hell, we can do it their first week being official, and we get this trend. So we could draw from the bottom of this, right? Or we can just go ahead and hit the bottom of the candle, and bam. So we got our trend drawn out, and that seems to be where we've been moving. And then let's draw another trend out. Looks like we got a channel just off rip. Look at the channel setting up, which was what we were looking at with Penn too. So we can draw it from here. Maybe catch this. This tends to look more like an ascending wedge at this point. Well, yeah. All right. So we'll just touch the top of this. This looks like a start to our candle. And then I'm actually going to draw another trend. So check this out. So I'm going to draw another trend because I want to figure out what's going on here. So I'm going to draw a couple more. But what I'm looking at is this first red. I think I'm going to draw it here. And I think I'm going to draw it to... I think I'm going to draw this through until the red that we're at now, right? So I'm sure you can see on this. I'm going to go from our most first red to our most recent red. And I'm going to draw it through that. And then if we step away for a second, we can see that we hit it once, right? A few weeks later, again, a couple weeks after that, and what I'm thinking is this is more of our middling trend line that suggests price action, which means DraftKings over 66, or technically, yeah, DraftKings over 66 means a move up to $80. DraftKings remaining under 65 means that we're gonna probably get price action back down to 58, and it's gonna look something more like this. So this is just another experimental trend. So if I wanted to give credence, I would say that this is a strong trend. So we'll go ahead and make this bigger. We'll go ahead and change the color to yellow, one of the best colors out right now. And I'm going to make this middle one a dotted line because this is more of a tentative trend that I'm drawing. And I'll make it blue, or pink thing, and then we can do another yellow line here. Now, I actually think it's more of a chip. So if we could just duplicate, I'm just going to duplicate this, and I'm going to move it. Whoa, what the fuck? This is pretty weird. Whoa. Usually when you duplicate something, it's exactly the same. It's not dynamic. This is more of like a dynamic duplicate. This is very weird. That might be like a dynamic duplicate. And that means that that would show, oh wow, these are kind of legitimate trend lines that I drew. This is really interesting. But anyways, I just kind of drew it, so this kind of shows you kind of what formation kind of DraftKings is in right now. Channel's good. Channel means we can keep going forever. You start getting into ascending wedges where it's more triangular, sort of going up, then that's actually bearish. Of course, there's going to be a lot of upwards price movement. But DraftKings is just chilling here. We got this middling line, and we'll see how it reacts with this 66 level. But right now, we know that last week it sort of hit that 64, 65 level hard. And then, you know, this week it was like, I'm not for it. But it tried to drop down, and then it kind of hit a hammer. I would imagine like maybe a doji this week, or we're looking for engulfing. And if it engulfs, so one thing you can look at, maybe a break over 70 or 67, we can start looking towards a move towards this 85 area. Let's go ahead and take a look at it beyond a week. So we're gonna go down to the daily time frame. So under favorites, you might have 1 year, 1 day, or we can just go to our time frames, and we'll go to 1 year and 1 day, and we'll take a look at this and see what's going on. Oh shit, I forgot to check the RSI. Alright, I'm going back to the week. You can go back to the week with me. I just want to check the RSI, see if we got any divergences. A low, and we had a low, right? And then we go up. We get another low, and that's higher low on the chart. We're good. Then we get a lower low and a lower low on the chart, so that's good. And we're up here. So everything's consistent, at least on the weekly. And let's go down to the daily. So 1 day, you can also go to time frame, and when we go to 1 year, 1 day. Let's see what's going on with DraftKings. On the daily. So this is kind of its sort of, I don't know, it's we'll call it a sex line. This is a line where it likes to sort of fuck with, for lack of a better term, but this is where we kind of get a pivot line, I believe. I need to learn a little more about pivots, but this is essentially where we're pivoting, where when we start hitting these ranges, we either move up or down, or above it or below it, or above it or below it. And so if we look at where we are on the daily, let's go ahead and zoom in. So we'll just, November, looks like we had a downtrend from November. So we'll check out November to now. And if we run this out, it actually looks like we're kind of headed down, right, compared to the weekly. So I'm actually going to zoom in a little bit more. One thing I don't like about, how come I can't just pull this and drag it down on trading? What does this do? Keep price zoom, price action, custom, show prices percentage. Alright, anyways, so let's draw our trend over here. So we're going to go from the top of the red, and we're going to touch the top of the red, right? And so that shows where we're headed downwards. So I can remove this thing. And let's make this a little bit thicker so we can see what's going on. And so downtrend, we haven't broken it yet, right? We tried to break it, and they were like, nah, dog. And so we could be getting a move back to 54, which is where a lot of price action has been already. But let's do our due diligence. So let's go ahead and draw another trend out. So let's go from the bottom of the green to touch the other bottoms of the greens. So if we look at this, Oh, wait a minute. You see this? We take the bottom of the green on March 4th, and because we have the luxury of time, check this out. So I'm just gonna draw this trend out. I just went from the bottom of this green, and I'm just looking, right? I'm looking. I'm not saying anything's definite, but if I can find some things to touch this line, then that looks good. And yeah, it can dip under a little bit because really the candle, the bottom of the candlestick is what we're looking at. Check this out. From the bottom of this green, we get a touch right here. We get one more touch. We get another touch. We get a third attempt. We get a fourth thing that's adhering to this trend. Then we even go down a couple weeks down the line, or a week down the line. Another, it's adhering to this. So based on this, when we look at this, then that means edit properties. We'll make this a little bit thicker. That's that we're sort of, let me try and make this a little bit better. Actually, like right there. And so this thing's been it's been sticking with this trend for a while now. So why did I go with this instead of why did I go with this and go here instead of adhering to just this and these two yellow channel lines? The reason why I did that is because clearly price action is a beat of a different drum. This thing's got some different strokes going, and instead of going all the way back down to the channel, there seems to be some sort of thing that's suggesting it's not adhering to that. And so then I drew a line to try and figure it out. And what do you know? I drew a line from here, and I'm looking at these two. I'm looking at these two. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this. And then what do you know? This hits. And by the time the line is done, we got ourselves a little formation going on here. Little kind of, what is this, a triangle? Triangle stock pattern. Oops. We're gonna goog it up and alright, well as that's loading, we'll stay on our think or swim. And so now it looks like we got a breakout point, which means by the 17th of February, we're gonna know a thing or two about a thing or two. We're gonna know whether DraftKings wants to break up and start moving up towards back up to the 66, 67, and we'll go ahead and extend this out to the right, and that'll show us the new trend that it's on. This is the trend that this stock is on, which means by the 5th, we should be around this $70 mark. Now check this, $61 up to $70 is about 10%. What is that? 13%. So 13% would bring us to 70 by the 8th. Now I haven't done this, but then let's look at Penn. Uh, 118. All right. So if we look at Penn, what happened to all this stuff I drew on Penn? Oh, there we go. So if we look at Penn, and then we check this out, and we just look at the trend that it's on. Sorry that I got a lot of shit in the way. Let's see if we can clear this up a little bit. But right now it's right here. And by the 8th, if we just stick with this channel by the 8th, we'll be at around 132. 132 is going to be 10% would take us up to 129, and then another 3% would put us right around 132. Isn't that pretty cool? So on this, based on our trend that we have, excuse me, from March, it means that Penn is going to be around 132 on the 8th, or 133, which is pretty much that's right. It's actually right. It's actually more accurate. But it's going to be at 133 on the 8th. In DraftKings, we just drew that out. So we go over to DraftKings, and it's going to be at $70 pretty much, more or less, on the 8th. Both of those are 13% moves. So both stocks happen to be trending towards this 13% move that's going to be coming by March 8th. Now, I've never actually looked at something like that and assessed it, but if we're looking at trends on certain time intervals, see a similarity, then how come looking at trends on similar stocks couldn't also give us a better indicator of where this stock may go as well? Both of these things are lining up for a 13% move coming in the next over the span of the next 3 weeks. I think that that's a trend in itself, and I think that that's strong, and I would have to consider that when we're looking at these stocks. And we also know that they're on the cusp of what could potentially be a breakdown or whatever. Now we also know that it's not just gonna go green bar, green bar, green bar, green bar, all the way to 70. But when we start looking at movements, maybe we can determine where it may dip at, and then determine where it may go up at as well. So I think that this trend is definitely something to behold and to acknowledge, and let's figure out what's going on. Let's see if we can see something on the daily that might suggest maybe a low here, maybe a higher low, maybe a low here. There could potentially be a divergence, potentially with a higher low, and technically this is a higher low in my opinion, because this is the low right here on the chart. Oh, well, it's touching. Damn, this is close. This is pretty damn close to being a divergence, because we got a low here, and then our next low kind of is here, and you know, price action is higher up, but this is not. This does kind of suggest a divergence. Let's see. So this is a good sign for DraftKings. DraftKings is potentially looking to have a good week, or at least could have a good day. We know this is breakout territory. We're gonna find that out next week. Whether we get this breakout and we reapproach a move up to $67. And so what's the benefit of using? Well, let's here. I'm gonna go ahead and check TTM. Maybe we can get a little bit of a confirmation. It was heading down right here on this wave pattern, but I don't know. I mean, the blue, so it's still keeping an uptrend. Now, this is the benefit of TradingView. So I'm gonna go over to TradingView and I'm gonna do a trend-based fib extension, so that we can get an idea of, this is a triangle that we're kind of looking at. But I'm going to do a trend-based fib extension so we can figure out where it's going most immediately, where DraftKings is headed most immediately. So check this out.
I gotta dip out for a little bit. Keep it going. I'll watch it when I can get back to it. Okay.
So we got a trend-based fib extension going out here on DraftKings. Apple, I'm going to be doing Apple later, so. Trend-based fib extension, and that'll tell us where things are going now. So we go from the bottom, and we go up to the top, and then we go back down to the bottom of the map. Oh, man. And based on this, hot titty. First we got to get back to 62. 64.30 happens to be our little mark, and then 66. Let's also check out let's do a trend base from here. 63.37. So if I had to check, 61.50, a little bit of hiccup, but I think 63 is a more immediate target if you wanted to do day trade. 63 or 63.30, 64, 66, and 64.83. We could be reapproaching that before another dip down. Oh, but we do have to consider those. See if we can find a divergence, huh? We got a lot of price action at the 61.88 range, and we got a low, and we got a low, a low. So I think this looks fine. Maybe a big push coming up. We'll see, and that'll be a wall right around price action, and we'll see how it reacts. But break of 62. I think if we could look at this and say a break of 62, we could be looking for a move up to 63, and then next target is the all-time high at 64. And we could actually break a 62 stop loss, 61.86. And that's a relatively safe trade. Might be better to clear this 62.49 and just make a small run up to 63. Oh, before we start heading.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase.
Man, we've come a long way from drugs you should try. But I'll try it if it feels I've been looking at for days. Let's see what's no, I don't want to listen to Playboy Cardi. Do I want to listen to? Maybe some Pharrell. And maybe some Pharrell lo-fi. The light is coming to get back everything the darkness stole. It's just a pretty cool sentiment. Stonky Robinson. Stonky Robinson. I think I like my own. And that's cool. I do like my stream. So anyways, DraftKings 2-hour divergences. As far as the daily goes, I mean, I'd like what I'm seeing here. Let's try and continue to make wet, baby. Let's see where this move can go. Right now, we just got a higher low. So no issues, you know. Higher low. And let's see about continuing to make it work. I think 61.50 gonna be a good indicator of where we're going. But Penn and DraftKings look good. I love the fact that they're both heading towards a 13% move in the next 3 weeks. That means that potentially, you know, if we can find a good base, which might be where we're at now, let's see if Penn is also on the cusp of, yeah, they are. Penn on the daily is on the cusp of a reversal as well. So really we're looking for our confirmation. Oh, look at that. We got our confirmations coming up. Just a strong move. Price action, a lot of price action at 117.70. I feel like we mentioned that. That's because we did. And so we'll see how it reacts with this level, maybe a retest. You know, if we can see it out a week from now at this 118 level, then that would be extraordinary. But Penn's also been pretty damn strong, regardless. But yeah, we're looking for a 13% move in the next 3 weeks. So it's really just about picking this right sort of, see if we can find any harmonic patterns. It's really about finding this right sort of pullback level, and then putting in those contracts for the week of the 8th, for the price that it is kind of now is ideal, or at least you want to do at least like 5% of where it is now. And if we can find the right low, then those contracts are really going to pay off, getting them sooner than later. And I love how that's leading up into March Madness. We got 2 things trending in the right direction. We got news heading in the right direction. I believe DraftKings earnings coming up on the 27th, I believe. DraftKings should get a run up in the earnings, as all stocks do. It's best to buy those runs up in the earnings 2 weeks ahead, because they start amplifying how much those contracts are worth. I found out today that earnings plays are actually screwing everybody on earnings plays right now with premiums. I had a premium and Disney at 192. Earnings was the next day. It beat on earnings. Opens at 194. It opens at 194. I bought a 192 contract when the stock was 188. And believe it or not, that contract was worth $400. It was worth $400, about $500 by the time, at the end of the day before earnings, when it closes at 191. It's worth about $500, up about $150 on that contract, maybe even closer to $200. When that stock opened at 194 after a 191 close, when it opened at 194, that contract was minus about 180, maybe even 200 something dollars. I think it could have been minus 230 at open at 194. So what they're doing is they're actually jacking up the premiums way past these prices. They're actually not rewarding anybody for playing earnings. They're just collecting all the premiums afterwards. It's actually really messed up. Because this stock opened $2 above where it was at the day before, and it was still down $200 at open, because they just took off how much they had amped up the premiums. But in what world do I buy Disney at 188? I don't know what kind of run it was. The stock was down at the time. But what kind of world do I buy Disney at 188 for a 192 strike price, and it opens at 194, and at open it is down $230 after opening $6 above where I initially bought it from, and $2 above the strike price that I had purchased it for. In what world? It wasn't like Disney was in the middle of a $80 run when I bought it. The shit was on a downturn, and I bought into it then. And then Uber, the same thing. Uber actually, they jacked their things up to the point opened, and it was $3 in the money for where I had it opening at, and this contract was down. This contract was down freaking like 100 and something bucks, and that was on a put that I had. It's ridiculous. I think I had a put at 64, and it opens at 61. 50 and I'm down on the contract. I'm not even kidding. Which mathematically it doesn't even make sense. So if you want to play earnings, it is good to play earnings, but you want to play earnings and you want to sell before the earnings day. Because they're now taking away, and I think it's a retail assault. These stocks used to make about 10%, 5% moves after great earnings reports, and then retail or whomever's investing is really benefiting off of that. But now they understand that retail, one, you can just play a straddle on it, but they're just jacking up the prices of these premiums and then pricing you out at open. So even if the stock opens up because of what they did to the premium, you're still opening down. And they're nerfing these 10% moves. Zillow did do one last week. I'm not oblivious, but they're nerfing a lot of these moves. And Zillow was also way underpriced. And I don't know, and I think potentially underplayed. And they're nerfing these moves, and then they're just crushing all contracts, all parties involved. So the only way to really get good exposure is really to buy that at least 2 trading weeks ahead of the week of earnings, so that I don't get caught up in these super amplified premiums if I do want to make a play into after earnings. And how are you confident 3 weeks out about an earnings day coming up? Well, you really just have to pay attention to what's going on in the quarter. Like, I knew Disney crushed. I knew Disney had been crushing for a while. Streaming service was bigger than everyone had anticipated. And that's why the run was so big when they were like, oh, they're coming out with Marvel shit. And then it's like, well, Marvel's like one of the most preeminent franchises. But you don't think that would play into Disney's earnings? Plus, Disney raised fucking every kid for the pandemic was going on. So Disney smashed, and expectations. Nobody expected Disney to do good, which is also, it's like, come on. People don't understand where streaming lies, in the echelon of the daily citizens day. But anyways, Penn looks good, whatever. DraftKings looks good. DraftKings got earnings right now, and then we'll go over to Apple, which is a stock that I really want to look at coming up, because Apple had there it is. 25th is the earnings estimate. We had Major League. I don't think the Super Bowl will be a part of their earnings. So we really just had Major League, and I guess we had basketball, NBA basketball in the bubble, whose ratings were kind of down. Or college football, which I didn't watch this year. If anyone is watching, was college football as big as what it had been years prior? I would like to know, because that would give me some insight on perhaps what DraftKings may be doing. But one thing that's cool, if they're expecting a loss on earnings, I am expecting something a little bit different. But I would like some more information on that. So if you do know, drop a comment, and maybe we can help figure out this game theory together. But we're going to have to make a trade sooner than later. But one thing is cool, we could just play the run up in earnings, and I think DraftKings is headed towards 70. I think it is headed towards the 68. I actually think it'll hit there before March, with earnings being a big catalyst. We will at least revisit 64. So I'm excited about that. 2 hours, trend based. What do we got here? Shout out to Humble Analyst, who taught me a lot about trend based fibs and the stochastic. Really appreciate it. 61. I think this 61.64 is legit. I know 62. I think 6230 is a little more legit than that. So 63. So yeah, everything is pointing. I think a lot of things are pointing towards the $64 move. I'm getting that from 63.86 on the 1.68 for the current move, as well as 64.83, which is a level that we've been at. A lot of price action at 63 when I was trading DraftKings for Super Bowl. So I think 63.60 is a good target for this week. If you wanted to do a shorter interim trade, and also, yeah, so I think 63.60, well, shit, yeah, right at the 64 level, 63.80. It's a good play for this week, and then I also think it's gonna look like a fucking chop shop, though, trying to get up into that. But then also think we got some hiccups at 62.30, and oh, really 62.30. Excuse me, 63. But I don't see this as a tough task. All right, let's switch over to Apple, and let's go over to Thinkorswim, because too. And let's switch over to SoundCloud. I'm cool with ads, but why are you freezing? You know, you're gonna do an ad, just do an ad. Don't sit here and talk ads and not do them. That's probably the only thing worse than an ad. Is now I'm waiting on an ad to get its shit together. I can wait on a song to get its shit together with an ad. Waiting on an ad to get its shit together? No. Seriously? Alright. Bitcoin 49.9.
Podcaster, bestseller, philosophizer.
Kevin Hart, comedian, author, motivator.
Both of us on the new Audible.
Audible's got everything. Podcasts,
Got 'em.
audiobooks,
Got 'em.
original series,
Got them.
all in one place.
Wait a minute. Is an app a place?
I do love Kevin Hart. All right, let's go over to Apple and Thinkorswim. Ah, DraftKings, baby.
Literal sense, but you could
DKNG.
literally go to audible.com.
Let's get a chart that we can actually look at, huh? Let's get something we can check out.
That is figuratively mind blowing.
Damn, I drew that? Which one of these trends is fucking legit? I got no idea. I'm just trying to think. What was I doing when I drew this shit? I don't think. Alright, they're not the best of rhymes, but at times they can get a little better. But first donations, given a little cheddar would probably give elation, at least a little elevation to things that I. Otherwise, what are we doing this for? I mean, this guy's not doing better. He's just giving some tries, and that's alright. But what you're gonna find is at least not the best. But if I could profess, then probably giving nothing less than those niggas on the west end who just been chilling talking about nothing. Play your cards, walk around bluffing. I'm just saying, front door not fronting. Just stand here wanting or something. But enough with the knees, bro. Let's do some charts. All right, we got some trends going. I bet we can get a good trend going over here for March. All right, we are on Thinkorswim. And let's get a little trend going. All right, I like this. So pretty much what we're doing here is weekly chart setup. And what I'm noticing with Apple is, let's try and duplicate it, huh? It's just so weird to think that duplicating a line is not making a duplicate line. I never thought that would be the case, but all right. This looks like a little weekly thing we got set up. Little weekly side hustle. One break, 3 break. Nah. Is this better? Yeah, maybe. No, I just had it. Here it is. Duplicate. All right, here it is. So we check this. And I'm actually looking at these reds in October I did it again. I'm looking at these reds in October to determine how we're gonna play this. So I'm going here, right? I'm going more top of the candle. And these reds in October. Nah, this is doing it on its own. I knew it. It's not me, it's you. Alright, here we are. It's our channel. This is our channel that we're in. And that's what we've been doing on the weekly since it's just been going down. Oh. I'd like to tighten this up, but I don't know if I can. I think this is good. Apple always likes to leave room for these massive pullbacks. Let's check out the daily. Let's not just give up on this. You can't draw a line anymore? What's happening? I'm clicking on the line button. I'm doing all I can. I clicked on the line. All right. At some point, you got to draw a line. All right, and all right. Hmm. 145 seems to be pretty big. And last but a lot of consistent resistance at 137.88, and so we will get our horizontal going.
When we made our new McDonald's spicy chicken McNuggets, you were praise hands emoji. Then we ran out. Now they're back, so you can be grinning face with sweat emoji.
Based on this is the weekly. It's got a while. But Apple just kind of moves and grooves. What do we know? Is Disney's week last week? I think last time it was Disney's week. Last week Apple had a good week. The next week.
Or save 50% on select Sealy Queen mattresses. Now just $299.99. Don't wait. Shop Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and more with our sleep experts today to get your best sleep. Only at Mattress Firm. Offer valid with qualifying purchase. Restrictions apply. Valid at participating locations only. For offer details, visit mattressfirm.com.
All right. As far as Apple goes, it doesn't have too much longer. According to this, probably the week after next, we're sort of looking towards this move out of the 137 range. Let's check out the daily. You want to check out the... Oh, by the way, weekly, something to note. Let's check for our divergences before we change. So at our low, then we had a higher low, even though on the weekly it said a lower low. So what happened after that? Well, how about we get a big ass engulfing candle, bringing us from 107 to what? 106 to 119. Yes, it did. And then we get a low, higher low, everything's fine. So we're just keeping the trend. We hit the top of this channel. Oh yeah, channel. Then we get a low, and then we get a higher low. So we'll see. I mean, but higher low. Could we be looking for this big ass candle? If we get another big ass candle, that will mean this move up to 150. That will mean this move up to 150. But more so, what does that mean? It means a move up to 146 again. And that'll be the third time. What's our max? Oh no. No, we hit 145 only once. But even after hitting that 145, we got a higher high, higher low. So Apple's actually trending up. We do have a divergence on the weekly, which looks real good. If we can just go green here, we'll be really green. So within the next 2 weeks, Apple will be at 140 based on these indicators of the past. Let's check out the daily and let's see what's going on. I might have to tone this down. Gosh, some parts of TradingView's maneuverability is fucking ridiculous. Keep price zone. Yeah, I almost have to do a custom price interval. Anyways, let's see. Let's look at Apple on the daily, and let's look at it off the 20-day moving average. Yeah. So, off the 20-day. I'm not really getting anything. Oh, this is just a DMA. Alright, fuck this. I might have to switch over to TradingView. Oh, we could get at. Alright. Finally. Maybe he wants to hit off the 200. 130. Are we going back to the 130s? According to this, maybe not. I don't know if anybody's a part of the stream or whatever, but if you want, just like, subscribe. That would help. So if you got any requests, be glad to do those. And if you'd like to donate, we got a little thing here where people continue to donate. We'll hit a goal, and then we'll make a trade with the donated money. More or less, whatever the legal way around it is. We're gonna make a trade with at least matching the money donated, perhaps. We'll vote on a trade, make a day trade, and I may or may not, I don't know about the legalities of this, may or may not trade, or I may or may not pay out money to the people who are contributing. How about we put it like that? What I'm not saying is, technically, even what I'm saying it is, maybe what I'm not saying is, you donate, contributes to a fund, you vote on a day trade, you trade on it, and you get paid out. That's not what I'm saying, even though that's what I just said. That's not what I'm saying. That's what I said. I'm not saying that. But that's what I said. But anyways, and I'm not a financial advisor. Go to a financial advisor for advice, or follow your own fucking brains and well-being, because that'll get you. But let's look at this daily chart. So on the daily, we had this low, and then we had a high low, and it seems to be a higher low on the chart too. So low, higher low. Oh, is this another channel? Check this out. I don't like this dynamic line. Why can't a duplicate line just be the same line, you know? Alright, we'll go with this bullshit. There we go. Purple lines. Are we in another channel? If so, that means we're at the bottom of this channel. We're headed up to 149, but really we're headed up to 145. Anything else is cool pickings. I think we might be in a channel. This 200 or this 20-day SMA is helping. We gotta get over the DMA. So we'll have a lot of resistance as we try and move up to 137. That might be what we see next week. Or Apple might just open at 139 like it's been known to do. We do have catalysts. Some of the news upcoming is we are looking at Apple accepting Bitcoin through Apple Pay, becoming an exchange, and I think that could get that move up to 150 for sure. On the daily, as far as divergences go, excuse me, low, higher low, low, higher low, and same. So what we get, we got to move from 130 up to 137. And again, we hit that, and let's see if this is bounce back season. Check out the TTM. I think TTM was a good indicator on Apple upcoming. Yeah, so Apple's ready for a reversal. And check out the thing that we're looking for, which is this strong red bar. And now we're looking for a yellow bar. Momentum going upwards for next week. Based on this trend and this trend, we could in fact sort of get a move up to 137 and not break 137 before it move back down. We'll see how it goes, but we're really on the daily, we're prime set to just kind of hit this turnaround. If we look at times that this has happened before, strong red, yellow into the next day. I'm looking, it's crazy. I was looking down at this bottom part. I wasn't even looking up. So check this, strong red, and then we have a yellow, and then what do we get? Check out this move. We go from 127 up to 143. I think that was earnings. So yeah, but it did happen. So let's do one without earnings. I don't care. I think I give a fuck. Strong red. Then we get into the yellow. And then look at this move. This move is from 113 up to 122. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. And in case you missed it, we'll even hang there for a 6. Strong red. We got the yellow. Now let's look up and see what happened. Alright. 107. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. We're at 118. 107, 118, 10, 10% move.
It's stuffed with your first year cash back.
Strong red.
And you don't even have to send a thank you note.
111 to
only by Discover Card.
123. Say it with me. Move. 133, 127 to 145 is 15% move or so, 16. And that had earnings boost. And so what are we looking for now? We're looking for 133. And then a 10% move will put us into 146, 145. A lot of resistance at this 145 level. So I'm looking for that move. I'm liking for that move. But let's see what time interval we are on for these 10% moves. The 2nd to the 10th, and then the next one happens on the 25th, 24th. So 2nd to the 10th is what we said. 2nd to the, so go to the 9th to the 25th, 16 days, and then next time it happens again is a couple months later. Oh, so there's nothing to draw from that. A couple months later, 18th, this shit ends on the 25th. 16 days later, 25th plus 6 days plus 10 days. Kind of close, but not really. Nothing definitive enough to draw a correlation on that. But all we know is that things are looking good. Maybe we can get a divergence. Let's check out the 2-hour time frame. Intraday, 20 days. And alrighty then. This doesn't look strong. Oh, is that the yellow bar we're looking for? Jeez. I can't take this. Strong red. So let's go over to check out our maybe a little easier chart to look at. Studies, load study set. Let's just look at the daily setup. And let's add an RSI. Low. Low. We had a lower low here. Might be even. To measure from. Measure from the base of the candle, then we have divergence that did happen. Yeah. 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 Let's switch over to trading view, because I think trading view is more convenient. We're already on the 2-hour. Look at you, trading view. And What the fuck am I listening to? What happened to Jeez. Those need voices. I need voices. I just need your line in my business. Never no problem playing no witnesses. All day been with the shiz. Nice man. So this guy is looking for Kron. He wants Kron to do good. Alright, so we are on. Alright, cool. Let's see if we got a retracement back to the 618.
Shooting a shot like drive-by. Now you have to make a call like my sidebar. You can't let the F-boy F up my nice vibe. You already let me get you a high five. Coming to give back everything the darkness stole. The light is coming to give back everything the darkness stole. The light is coming to give back everything the darkness. The light is coming to give back everything the darkness stole. The light is coming to give back everything the darkness stole.
The light is coming to give back everything the darkness stole. All right, harmonic patterns.
At Firehouse Subs, a portion of every purchase helps provide life-saving equipment to first responders. We make our subs differently because
Alright, so I think what we're looking at is a bat pattern. I think we're looking at a bullish bat or a Gartley. I wonder what Gartley is. Like, I know what a bat is.
melty and hot on our new everything bagel seasoned sub roll with Philadelphia cream cheese. Firehouse Subs. Enjoy more subs. Save more lives. Click the banner now to start your order.
The robot versus Battle of Vietnam. I'm interested. So what is a bad pattern? On a bad pattern, we get a move up. We get a retracement back to. Wow, it doesn't valid. All right, so maybe we get a. This could be a Gartley. Pull up. Oh yeah, check this out. Run up 618, 886, and then a retracement back down to the 786. What do we get, baby?
The bee's knees, the pants, the cherry on top, the icing on the cake. Yeah, a CarMax car. Because
if I hear another fucking synonym or synergistic,
every CarMax car is carefully chosen to meet our quality standards, and they're all offered at a fair and upfront price. CarMax.
CarMax, I'm gonna punch you in the face. Just wanna chill out. I don't even know what I'm listening to right now. Alright, I'm about to give up on. Do I have to listen to another hour and a half of ads? Alright. Fuck you. Sorry for the I mean, this shit is worse than YouTube. Anyways, let's check out the harmonic pattern. So we get this run up, we get a pull back to the 618, and then we actually get back to the 886. We actually got to pull back to the 0.5, and I'm actually not sweating that too much over the 786. The point is we got to pull back to a fib level. We at least hit the 786. Whether we pull back a little bit more or not, I mean, I'm not tying your shoes for you, you know? I'm not a shoe tire. Your shoes for you. With my shoes. Tying them for you. With my tying of the shoe. So you're a bad guy. Call me Chun-Li. Alright. This is tough. This is tough. So we got the zeros. There's a black guy and his name is Nagusi. Negus. Yeah, who lucky guy. Bear sits next to Guy. Good for you, Guy. And good for you, Bear. That bear just woke up from a long ass nap. Let's check out retracement. I just want to see something. Alright, I think this could be a bad pattern. And if this is a bad pattern, then that's cool. But we also need to take that in conjunction with where our trends are already. She's got a black belt in karate. She's gotta be strong to fight them. So she's taking lots of vitamins. Alright, where are our trends at?
Grammarly can help you write quickly and confidently, so you never have to slow down at work. Instant corrections make your writing mistake-free, while keeping it short, sweet, and
Let's check out Thinkorswim to figure out where we do our trends. Alright. So this is where we'll figure it out. So we're gonna go to the weekly calendar. We're gonna look at these trends way back from way back. The old schools to the Maybach. Get shady. Take a nigga mind out that we can get generic right back in it. Jen Roberts, put that on my Yankee hat. Where the ladies at? Where those? What if you really see a difference? I ain't never ran from nothing but the police. That's why we draw our trends first, from farther out time frames, so this other shit doesn't get in the way. I'm saying we're skinny cash. Northside Long Beach. I don't need you Martians. I just need you aligned in my business. Alright. Spraying no witnesses. I think witnesses shits. If I'm good at this shit, I don't need to hold it. I can just redraw it. I don't know what I'm gonna say. I'm out of the way. So you got a problem with me. I ain't never heard from nothing but the police. I ain't never heard from nothing but the police. I ain't never heard from nothing but the. Let's see, we're skincare on Northside Long Beach. Oof. I ain't never ran with the police. I ain't never ran from nothing with the police. From the city where Skinny Kirsch, Northside Long Beach. Alright. So I think this is where we're at with Apple. Oh, bitch. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. You know, I haven't had this good time in a long time. You know, I'm way up. I feel blessed. I'm way up. I feel. Up. I feel. I feel blessed. I feel blessed. I feel. Apple's interesting because Apple likes to play it, so I don't know, my opinion. What I see with Apple, they're like, yo, we'll play these trends out, but we'll push them. We'll either go premature baby or we'll go late stage. Whatever. Late stage dancer. We'll just do dancing. Well, late stage exit. But I don't know. We're right up in here in this trend. It keeps on hitting this continuously. And now that we got this weekly set up, we see our weekly divergence. We'll look at it one more time. Right here, we got our low, and then we got a higher low and a lower low. I'm telling you, Apple's about to bust it, yo. Apple's about to fucking bust these contracts. Apple contracts are like a month out because they just go up 6-7x whenever Apple starts moving. Those things just go up. One thing that is also interesting with Apple is SPY actually had a really strong close, and Apple actually mirrored SPY on the close. But the reason why that's actually really good is because this all happened on Friday. Like, this entire week happened on Friday. Close at the high of the week. Very strong. Fraud. And she got that. I got. Look at this. You think I'm playing 390, 389, 78, 392, 64. That all happened. So anyways, what we have retest, close here, we get a retest and holy. And anyways, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the week. The whole week. We could have just started the week on Friday. This is the whole week. But what that move is it's engulfing from the last candle, which means we're ready for an upturn anyways. At least on the fringe level. We'll get into deeper analysis later. Right now we're talking about apples, and we're not oranges or SPs. The SPs and the Ys. I know it's SPY, but what we're doing now is we're comparing our harmonic pattern to our trends. Oh man, I love this. If this is the trend, I love it. I'm looking for this. This is very possible. 1, 2, 3, 4. So technically, you don't have to do it this week, but we'll see. We'll at least approach 137. Maybe a little break. What would that be? How many times will we be at 137 at that point? Oh, is this cup and handle? Yeah. And it's not. We have here. Y'all see that M in there? Let's see if we got something here. Highway. Let's see what we got here. This is a daily chart. This is this low. Where's the low? This is the low. It says this is the low. And this is definitely lower low. And they are right. If it's low, this is the low. I don't know about this chart, buddy. Looks like a divergence of friendo. Let's check out this M. Let's see if we got something here. Looks like this. This is really the only one it looks like, right? As far as M goes. Tough seeing the difference between an M and the start of a W. But whatever. We're looking for we're looking for a move up. We're looking for a retracement back to the 618 or 382. Then we're looking for the 1.2. Then we're looking for a pullback to the 786. These are a lot of area codes going off at once. Let's go ahead and put on our fib. Let's see if we got something. Let's put on our fib the right way. Let's see if we got something. And oh yeah. Retracement back to the 382 if I've ever seen it. And then we get a move up to, oh my god, it's the 127. And then a pull back to the 786. And why is this one better than the other one? Oh my gosh. Damn, I'm glad that, look at that. Look at this. Let's put a name on this titty. What does the CY stand for? I know they got some whatever the shits. Alright, Gartley, that's the one that starts with a G. Cipher. We're in the cipher. So this is a cipher pattern. CY. Look at this titty, huh? Take a look at this titty. But why is this harmonic pattern interesting? Because this harmonic pattern falls in line with our trend. So harmonic patterns are nothing without their trends. Trends? Just like maybe it's like harmony without friends. Well, you can get harmony in nature. Well, these are loose. These are also loose. What adjuncts for life? They're not necessarily. It's just something for us. But without trends, harmonics are nothing. They function. You could probably find a harmonic anywhere. But I do like this. I love this, and then the pullback all the way to the right at it. I mean, come on, go diggity dog. I got some Apple calls, that's why I'm happy. But yeah, this is good. I love the breakout indicator. I love a move over 136. It's very strong. 136.46 next target, dog. Maybe we'll touch on this 134.52. I don't think we're going back. We could go back. What? Oh man, look at this daily harmonic. Oh, it's beautiful. So if we are looking at this, let's not get carried away. But if we are looking at this, then we're looking at 143, but we're looking at the 150. And I like that. And I like this March 15th. If you can get some March 15th Apple contracts for still a decent price, like 500, like we can check where they're going for right now. So let's switch over to Thinkorswim and check them out, yo. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy. And right, so if you check out these Apple calls, are we in Thinkorswim? Yeah, we're in Thinkorswim. So check this out. March 12th. Check out March 12th. Look at these Apple calls. Light is coming to get back everything to darkness. Right here, 580. We're looking at 580 right now for oh, we're at 135. We're looking at 465 right now for an Apple call on March 12th. Apple, we're based on this, our target for March 12th is around 150. And 150 is actually going to be $15 in the money. Oh, these are pen calls. Excuse me. All right, that's a little bit better. I was like, why are they starting at 120? Ooh. Let's see what Drake sounds like on some lo-fi. If Drake made lo-fi hip-hop radio. I know when that hotline blinks that could only mean one thing. I'm aware of when the hotline blinks. Alright. Anyways, Apple, March 12th. Yeah, I'm talking about it. Oof. 400. Oof. 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 Apple, March 12th. I really gotta be considering this because right now, Apple March 12th, $400 for 135. We're looking at $15 in the money. If for some reason that were to take place, this week, we would be looking at 1620 on a $400 investment. So that is 4 to 1. But here's the kicker: when abstracts, their value goes way up. Like these values almost 4x. They don't 4x, but I'm just saying, they kind of do. Like, and I think that Apple freaking, I think that Apple going on, like these things could be worth about $2,000. When we just put on the 120, which is 1620 plus the booster. These could legitimate about $2,000 if this thing takes place next week. If it takes place a week after that, these things could be worth about probably around 1,600 still. Not even playing. So we're looking at about a 4 to 1 ratio on these. We're looking anywhere from 4 to 1 to 6.5 to 1, I would say, on these Apple calls. If for some reason it moves up to 150 this week, which is 1 Bitcoin Apple Wallet away from doing that. But these Apple things, $400, you got coverage on Apple for 4 weeks. And this is at the strike price now, so it is. These things are looking good. I love the fact that we got a really? Why would with forces? And why would they have Drake with one pants leg rolled up? But the harmonic pattern just completed, right on the trend. I mean, down to the titty. You on the turf, nigga. Oh lord, oh lord. And this is potentially. Let's get the RSI going. Why don't we don't have to do this, you know? I don't want to see. I'm ready for it. Yeah, agree with the pot, boy. 360 with the wrist, boy. Niggas is, boy. Boy. Niggas is, boy. I've been on my. I'm on some rappers, fame, man. Like this, huh? Here we go. Yeah, I do it for myself. Nigga, real quick. Real shit. 0 to 100, nigga, real quick. Oh, real fucking quick, nigga. Alright. Real quick. Real fucking quick, nigga. Yeah. And we're getting close. I mean, this is like. Legit is like what it's looking. Hey. This is definitely. So. No daily. We got a weekly divergence, which is good. Yeah. Oof. Somebody give me it. Run it. Oof. Oof. Yeah. Clear. Zoom in. Ooh. I get it. Me. Touch back to 134. If we touch back to 134, 23, buy another one. I'm not a financial advisor. What I'm saying is buying them. I'm not a financial advisor, but based on the trend, so we still haven't broke it. We still haven't broken it. So, but this looks good. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Tuesday, whatever day, maybe a pullback. This 140 and where are we at, huh? This is why these trends are so cool. 52, 134 is our 50 is our friend, dog. And we could very well be there. Shout out to whoever did this this mix. This mix is pretty good. I'll turn it up. This is pretty good. But yeah, harmonic pattern completed. Sure, go ahead, and if you want to do one more last kiss off the 134, just let me know. I'll buy some more. Apple is looking really good, and they have a news indicator that could come up, because there's no BS coming up about something. Oh, you're gonna make an EV vehicle 10 years from now? Good thing nobody gives a fuck. By then, Tesla cars are gonna be flying across the streets. Apple's still trying to make a shitty EV. Get away from my face. But I do like Apple's setup over here. Wow, it's really cool to watch these harmonics play out with the trend. You know, that's one thing to keep in mind. Harmonics are nothing without trends, because you can come up with a harmonic for anything. Now I hit the video with duffels in my hand. I just popped a sand. I think it's in my. Why do songs stop? 13 hours till I land. Volume shelf. We got a lot of volume action saying 135. Look, these 134 pullbacks are healthy. So we got a pullback 134. If you do want to day trade Apple, I would wait for this 134.50 pullback if it happens. For sure. And here we are on our trend here. So Apple's looks poised to break. One thing we know about Apple, it's usually gone before you can get to it. But yeah, these levels are good. I think Apple looks good. 2 hours. Oof. Jamba Juice. Depends on what happens. It looks like 2 hours, maybe not. Maybe on a 4 hour, this is a divergence. And that would be really strong, a weekly and a 4 hour divergence. Oh, we got one. I'm with Chase Fade, and we got us one. Man, if you don't get out of Apple's way. 137.80, key level I violated. And it looks like we're hitting 137 at like a babe. We got a 4 hour divergence, and we got a weekly divergence. Who wants it with Apple, yo? Jeebus Cripes, yeah. Yo, 146 is my target. I think 146 is legitimate. And we got a fib right there at the 143. I think it wants more beyond 143, to be honest. But this is like, it's got a 180 price target. We might as well start putting that on our chart, right? Because that's, I just bought the 13 till they had me like it. Like it. Yeah. 180 price target. 180 price target. Could Apple Pay news send it to one? I don't know about that. This is still real life, you know. Oh, did I have my Thinkorswim up? That's my bad. Hey. Oof. Hey. Mama. Walk it. Make it. Target. Walk it. Target. Oh. Walk it. Make it. Target. Negative signs. How about it playing Jane Rowley? Nigga Scully goes his cousin's for the lane. Alright, Apple is good. I think I got Apple. I think I'm gonna put Penn on my trades of the week. I think Penn and Apple are like, and there's swing trades with day trade potential with timing. Hey. Oh. Mama. Oh my gosh. Apple had a monthly divergence? What's going on in America? Oh, that was a while ago. No. Oh. On your own. No. Close. And this is why you kind of got to pay attention to. Look at this. Look at this shit though. 180, 108 to 132. You know, off of a divergence. So really it's like 120 to 130. Walk it like a target. Are we in the midst of another one? Oh shit, are they double stacking? Are they double stacking these burritos? Really 138 is inevitable.
At US Cellular, we believe everyone deserves 5G,
Right.
not just New York and LA, but cities
I'll
like
tell you what.
Milwaukee, Rock Island.
Let's see if maybe we can get another trend going on. But Apple looks good. No, I think we're good on Apple. We don't need to beat it into the ground. Get it.
Island and Des Moines. All plans include 5G, no extra charge. Get unlimited data as low as $30 a month. US Cellular.
Oh, you got a mom, big boy game. Looking up dope Santas. Alright, what else are we looking at? Airbnb maybe? Airbnb's got earnings coming up. Fisker's off it, obviously looking good. Wow, people are actually shorting PVXY. The volatility index is being shorted.
The schedule busy, my head in a hoodie, my shorty a goodie, my cousins are crazy, my cousins like boogie. Life is amazing, it is what it should be. Been here for 10, but I feel like a rookie. I turn on in tussies, but for 3 years.
That's twice now I've heard about Walmart.
Little baby, going crazy. Easy produced it, and Weezy have made me, and she held it down, so she got a Mercedes. No money records, the army, the navy, it ran me 10,000. I threw it like Brady. Foreign is yellow like Tracy and Katie. I trust in my they never, but they sweeter than Sadie. When I started out, I just took what they gave me. Did all the favors, they never repay me. It worked in my favor, cause nobody said me.
Oh, Walmart's next week? Oh, we just retested the breakout. Walmart, check out Walmart. We are in a megaphone, it looked like to me. That's how I drew it out as. And maybe, what if I had done that? And I had done that. And this is how we get the retest. So, a little bit of reverse trend drawing, but what I saw was some sort of megaphone heading downwards, and it looks like it kind of broke out. I don't know if that's legitimate, but whatever. It still wasn't bad. I love this retest for a move up to back up to 150. What's y'all thinking? I'm sinking. I shouldn't have drove. Tell me how I'm getting home. And I'm in bed alone. Your language, Rosetta Stone. Sweetest shit I've ever known. Only sippers. And some sippers. Good job, the girls. Happening me, but I'll make them a but and it should be on. Bitch, I know way too many people. Wait, but I'm saying this is really fat. I'm just saying. EBIT and Can you see me? Can you see me? Put your dream on. Dream on. I'm really too young to be feeling this. I know way too many people here right now I didn't know last week. Who the fuck are y'all? I swear it feels like the last few nights we've been everywhere and back, but I just can't remember. Golly, they absolutely destroyed this. Cooking Soul destroyed this mix. And look at this trend. I mean, come on, it don't get much closer. Now maybe it did break down. Maybe it didn't break down. Oof. Yeah. So it really ain't my motherfucking. There we are. Yeah, man, I swear everybody loves me. They call me Rain Man. Oof. I love that retest right on the other trend. Retest this megaphone and test this break right here after reclaiming it. I'll tell you what, John Sanford. You might have to get shares on the earliness on Walmart if you're buying shares, but their earnings is on the 18th, and so today's Sunday the 15th, 16th, so it's on Wednesday, but it should be running up Monday, Tuesday. Probably look into this 140. Walmart options seem to be pretty cheap too. Good for you, Walmart. Look at it. Oof. And they ride. Hey. Like it. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, this is a strong. Look at this mark right here on old Wally Mark. I like that one. Y'all trying to look for a harmonic pattern? Is a struggle for me. Oh, please don't. I don't want to die for them to miss me. Yeah, I see the things that they wish. Hope I got some out there. It was different. God's plan. Hey, whoa. Hey. Oof. Hey. Oh, hold there. Hey. But still. Bad things. There's a lot of bad that they wish. Bad things. There's a lot of bad things that they wish. Wish on me. She say, do you love me? I told her only on my bed and my mantra. Sorry, 50 dogs. 80-81, I bring the crest to the. And you know me. Go to the 03 dog. Oof. If I never met the Buckskis. Guys. Hey, oh. No. Hey, shut up. Hey. Still. Bad things. It's a lot of bad things they wish on me. Yeah. Wish. Bad things. It's a lot of bad that they wish. This is a 618 pullback. Only thing is, the pull up was only the. I mean, it didn't hit the 127. That's for sure. So 127 was at 160. this wrong. Maybe instead of looking at bullish, maybe I should be looking at a bearish, and we could just be caught in a mix of it. I get that was like, but this lo-fi poppy is one of the greatest of all time. Such a good idea. Drake lo-fi. Whose idea was that? That was my idea. That was my idea. Yeah, I do have some good ideas. Shoot, I liked headlines just as a thing. They saying I'm back. I believe in that. I live in that. I know exaggerated things. I'm not seeing it on this harmonic at least. I could try and bend the rules, but on this initial harmonic take, and maybe there's too much shit going on at once. Some stuff here and the consequence. Hey. And they saying I'm back. They believe in that. I'm really not with all this shit. Still believe in that. Ooh. Ooh. Saturated things. I ain't got it like that. Took a second in my shirt cause we just mobbing like that. I ain't even something. They know. They know. Really gonna bring out this one, brother. They ain't even gotta say it. That's just something they know. They know. They know. They know. They know. What you? I've been yelling out. I ain't giving chances. That's something they know. We're in here somewhere. W. Money over everything. Money on my mind. And I figure I got so empty. Tell her I apologize. Happens all the time. Don't tempt me. We do. Supposed to do. I'm like, why gotta be like that? Ain't nothing fake, that is true. I used to sound like all my children. I knew myself in all my millions. You can got it like that. Body like that. It's a hobby like that. You just playing, I ain't even gotta say it. They know. They know. What about this? They know. I've been yelling out money on. Give me a chance to the side. That's something. They know. That's something. Over time, sitting so Drake, girl, don't say that I said you better do what you're supposed to do. I'm like, why you gotta be like, can't decide the fact that it's true. Soap opera rappers, all these sound like all my children. I just need myself in all the millions. Not like that. They're all good. Shoot, They're trying to keep up. All of them was good. They're like, oh man, track 009. All of the tracks were good on that mix. I mean, that was an extraordinary job. It helps with Drake, but just that was just a really great mix. Cooking Soul, Lo-Fi Poppy. Check it out. I even gave him a chance to decide. It's just something they know. They know, they know, they know. I've been yelling out money over everything. Got something. Alright, I think I'm actually doing this wrong. So I actually think for W patterns, I think you're supposed to go from the bottom to the top. And say I sound like Wayne when I rap. Third A, bring him back to the middle. I have no idea. This is 100 and then a pullback. Oh, man. Man. Oh, we're looking at something more like this. So like a Gartley or a Butterfly. No, none of them. Because that's XB. So my issue is the B is there's no, so the B, there's no B that supersedes the X. Whereas on this, I have a B that supersedes the X. But it was good to try and draw back these patterns that I have yet to been able to do. So let's go ahead and get to it. You know, I'm sure we just don't have all that means we don't have a Gartley on the weekly or anything like that. Pivot, ask for it, I did it. You see the M, you see it already. Ooh, you see the W too. Ooh, that's a tax form. Check the tax form on them. I'm a dog my whole career. Been a very good, haven't I? And you've seen this before. You doing pretty good as far as geniuses go. I'm doing pretty good in my pink polo. I do it. Alright, so we got one right there. Volted. So your knee hits your forehead. And the phone just hit go red. See me. You gotta remind me. Look at that test. And my head's so big you can't sit behind me. Coming in the club with the fresh shit on with something crazy on. Barry Bonds. Yeah. We out of here, baby. We could call this a 382. We could call this a 1.27 or 1.6. I'm sure there's something in there for it. So, let's go. So we get the 382.
Yo, what's up? My name is Chris. Let me tell you one thing. You smell like piss. Right?
Well said, Kanye.
Everybody's like, ah! Everybody started running off, so I lost my first rap battle. Part of the reason why my raps are so simple now.
You smell
way
like
more simplicity.
piss.
Just get to the point, you know. Penitentiary chances, the devil dances, and
Yeah, 382. I think that's legit. Man caught with 30 rocks, the cop look like Alec Baldwin. Oh, and it's got the bearish cipher. Man, Jerome get more time than Brandon. And then a 786. And tell me that it's random. Oof. I think we're right here. It's lucrative. We're looking for Walmart to go down, dog. Down, boy. I'm satisfied till all my niggas get it. Well, that doesn't look good. So let's see if we can find something to go against this. Usually all stocks go up, right? Not really if you're just a beginner trader. But alright, so why don't we go ahead and change the color definition, and we'll see if maybe we can get another pattern to override what is happening.
If I do what I'm supposed to do, people gonna look back like, man.
So you already know where I'm going. You already see the because we're looking for it.
You talk about, like, I'm trying to get to the point where
Wait a
I can
minute,
drop
what's
my
this?
last name. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. Like,
There ain't no M I ever seen. So this is the M I'm talking about.
like, I got some songs, I got some stuff in my heart that the world needs to hear. And I think about what I'm doing. Like, I figure, like, okay, I want to express this message, but maybe I might have to get another artist.
So, alright, rickety.
Like, I'm not just gonna step out and just be like, yo, just look at everything I have right now, and then the world not accept it. I gotta put it in a way that the world will accept it, and then develop into being an artist. And
Man,
when you
calm
see me on
back
stage,
down.
like, a lot of times,
Alright,
I feel like I'm very animated, I'm very emotional, because what I say means so much to me.
Alright, rickety. Kendrick got it. Wait, Kendrick have it. All my life, I want money and power. Respect my mind or die from that shit. I pray my dick get big as the Eiffel Tower so I can fuck the world for 7. There's no on vacation. And room, I'm raising. Shooters go after Judas? Alright, we got the run up, and then we got the pullback. This is a pullback to way back. Maybe, could I get away with a pullback to... Nah. This is crazy. Nothing pulls back to 0. Money and power, respect my mind, always go time. Address it, yes. Although this seems like it could be valid, there's no way with this chicken noise. Nothing pulls back that far. So fuck y'all, that goes in all my life. I want money and power. Maybe a deep crab? I think deep crab is possible. With 72. God damn, my God. Bitches. Wiping with running bitches. Money and power. Respect my mind on niggas. Go time. Biatch, okay. Biatch, no way. Oof. Yeah, so there's no pull to 127 or the 168. Look like OJ killing every motherfucker. If it would be, then it could have been bullish. It looks like it. Where we get that pullback, so we got a pullback. I guess, alright, so technically it doesn't need to be, crab just needs to be between 1.68. I'm looking at this crab. No, it needs to be 1.68. And for a butterfly, 1.27 to 1.68. But this retracement is supposed to be at the 786, which is it is not. I tried as hard as I could. Maybe a deep crab overextended, but there's still no 1.68. And we're stretching too much. I mean, now we're just trying to paint a picture that isn't there. So I don't think there's any. What I do see is potentially a bearish pattern with this cipher, which actually means a move down for Disney. And it's hitting on the trend. So if we're gonna be excited about Apple hitting trends, then we gotta be excited about Walmart hitting trends too. So this is put season for Walmart. This is a very bearish pattern that we hit all aspects of. Is it again? Let's check again. So we got 2.7 to 1.4, and we've got the 3.82 to 2.6. On Walmart, we get the 3.82, and we get the between 2.6 like 1.4. If I were to put it out, let's just look at it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Check this out. I'm telling you, right at that 1.4. So, yeah, this is bear season for Walmart. I guess technically a good earnings could override that. That's about it. But guidance has got to be, what's earnings estimate? Estimates. Let's look at the earnings whisper. Walmart earnings whisper 118 218 2021. Like Mrs. Brother. Version in my best form. Come up in the spot looking extra fly. Here we are. There we go. Come up in the spot. Extra fly. Earnings whisper is 1.59. They're expecting a beat on they're expecting I'd say it's bear season for Walmart. Based on what it is that we're looking at. I mean, look at this. We got the setup. Let's see what trends we can get rid of. There, I can take this off, right? Because we don't need that. That's why we can take it off. And so on Walmart, you know, great job breaking out of the megaphone and even retesting the breakout. The issue is this cipher, this bearish cipher pattern, which comes off of this trend, which goes all the way back to fucking March of last year. And with this trend, and on the daily chart, we're looking at this. So all stocks don't go up, but that doesn't mean that the money can't go up. It just means we gotta be looking for a bearish move. How does this play out? This is how this pattern plays out. I'm not saying this is. We need more seeds. You just sort out all the floor seeds. Let's check the angle. Enemies. Where's the angle at? In the UK. Everybody wanna say UK. Reluctantly, cause most of this press don't fuck with me. Go down, down. I like to pull out, ain't nothing new now. Where's my angles at? Oh, I used to get those angles. Son about this Americana rama in my shallow, cause all my clothes are sign. Where did alright. Before. Look at this Pico telling me east. That and he'll talk that cat ass cause a lot of wags wanna hear it. Let's see if we can edit this so that it can show the angle. Show angle. Well, look at that. I'll tell you what. Also, alright, let's try and get an angle right. So if we're at least estimating, we can estimate right. 43-degree angle. Alright, let's check a reflection off of that. 43 from 180 is 37. Really want to come get with you. Alright, so we're looking more at something like this. And perhaps at least a move down to, we won't know how long it is. I'd like to see Walmart come down to 140 earnings, especially if it goes up, but by my way to heaven when I spent that on a necklace. So that's where our fib has got us at, and then beyond that we're looking at 138. What does that mean? In my opinion, that means picking up a 148 put on Monday or Tuesday sounds great, especially if we get a run up into earnings for whatever reason. But I love how it just hit the trend, and look, it actually, this is what's kind of interesting about this harmonic pattern that played out, is because this is our harmonic, this is our trend right here, March, and it actually rejects off of the trend all the way from March, which is pretty impressive. So meanwhile, breaking out of this megaphone, we get a break out of the megaphone, we come back in, get another test, come back in, we get another test, breakout. And so what it actually did was it retested, and then it looks like it's making its move up. So without the harmonic chart, it looks bullish. And I'm gonna be honest, I mean, this is the start of an uptrend. This is not the start of a downtrend. But we actually have a catalyst here that could send it down. This catalyst could defy it, and then we could get a move up to ooh, they're so sensitive. Ooh, we can see where it'll go on the daily. We're gonna end up this a problem then. Alright then, Holland. Oh, okay, so if we're based on this current trend, wait a minute, I didn't do that right. And so I'll do it again. Let's look at the upside for Walmart. So if we look at the upside on Walmart, what are they talking about? Alright. Alright, so as far as Walmart's uptrend goes, based on this uptrend that we're in, we're looking for this move up to 148, which also falls in line with our larger scheme. Actually, we got rid of that, but we're looking for a move up to 149. 149 pretty much. We'll have to pull up the other one to get a beat on it. But the thing that I'm thinking about most is, at least for earnings, we could at least 146. 147's always been an issue. But yeah, 149 and then 152. And 152 happens to be concurrent with this trend. So if it did want to reclaim 152 could be sort of a good mesh between earnings run up, maybe to one beat. My thing is, this is a bearish pattern, and so if we just look at where it could retrace to, alright, so we go here and then down and then up, so then we go up and then down and then alright. So perhaps a pullback. 141.03 is kind of close. 141.03 is actually pretty close to this this 140. So I actually think that that is pretty interesting. And then there's no two levels that actually hit directly on point, except for this 382 pullback to 143. Technically, we don't know how far it could pull back, but this is a bearish pattern. And so why is a put smart? Because no matter what the run up is, we should at least run up to lower than this level. And I think that these maybe you could get a few 140 puts if you wanted to play it that way on